Good morning, members and guests, colleagues. It's good to see you, and welcome to the Select Committee review into water quality. My name is Richard Bingley, and just a couple of sort of opening comments before we sort of move on. In terms of sort of practical comments, firstly, live video is running now, so just assume all day really that when you're in this room, the video and audio is working. Can I ask if you do have your mobile phone on, and could you sort of stun it to silence, please, if possible, and or indeed turn it off. And what else do I need to say? Yeah, if there is an emergency incident or an alarm that you hear go off, there's not one planned. Unfortunately, we would have to evacuate to outside Cafe Roma today, which is the big sort of white place in the middle of the plaza. Tipping down with rain, but it's better to be wet and safe than sorry. So anyway, right. Probably before I sort of go into apologies, actually, are there apologies?
Through you, Chair, no apologies received.
Okay. Declarations of interest. Does anyone have Councillor Rainsford?
Yeah, I own a single share in South West Water, which was a customer offer, and my husband... Sorry, and my husband works for Thames Tideway, and they're producing the large ring main sewer that goes around London. So I'm not sure whether that impinges on this, but there is an indirect interest.
Okay. Anybody else? No. Right. Agenda item for you, Chair's urgent business. I have no urgent business related to this or the Growth and Infrastructure Committee whatsoever. But what I want to do is just sort of say some opening remarks and welcome people, really, because we've got people here that are spending a lot of time here today and have taken a lot of time to prepare presentations, etc. So welcome to all of you. Do feel comfortable to sort of make the points that you wish to make. You know, we're all friends in here, but sometimes we do need to sort of critically challenge one another. This is a select committee, it's a scrutiny panel. I shall chair objectively, and not my job is to facilitate, not propagate or anything like that. So yeah, just if you want to sort of come in and make points, ask questions, etc., just obviously indicate sort of putting a hand up. If members feel that I've missed them, could you just literally sort of shout out a bit and let me know? And it suffices for me to say that this is such a fundamental issue, I think, not just for every city, but for Plymouth. We took the designation, I think, of Ocean City back in 2011 or 2012, and we are recognised as an Ocean City around the country now, if not internationally. We have, I believe, around 5 million people sort of transit through us or visit our city every year. And one of the reasons so many people do is because of this feeling that in Plymouth you get sort of the mixture of the commercial world, but also the tourism and the hospitality. You know, people come down here, they have a fantastic time, but also there's great opportunities for people to sort of live, work and invest in the city. So water quality is massively important for us. And indeed, we were proud to be designated the UK's first national marine park a couple of years ago now. So it is something that we not just depend upon, but it's something that we actually trade upon and market to the outside world, if you like. So we all see this as sort of massively important. That's why, one of the reasons why we brought it forward based back, I think it's November's scrutiny committee, wasn't it, that we agreed to bring this back. I think what we're looking for today is real sort of long-term thinking and thinking about a more nature-based approach, and also just cementing and developing partnerships in a really strong, robust way. And one of the ways you do that is actually through honesty and being really real with one another about what the issues are now, what they may well be in the future, and having sort of candid discussions. Now, so we're sort of, you know, let's sort of move forward today now with the presentations. I'm really pleased. Councillor Bryce-Delve has been, I would say, instrumental in bringing this forward and driving this. So really pleased to welcome him and his team to the committee today. So I think agenda item 4, we hand over to you, Councillor Brisdale. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Before I start, I just wanted to acknowledge the ongoing situation in Keyham right now, which includes the evacuation of many residents in Ford, which is part of my ward. I just wanted to start off by saying, obviously, all of our thoughts are very much with the individuals and families affected by the cordon, but also the frontline staff, who obviously have a very difficult job working tirelessly to handle all of that in a safe and calm manner. So moving on to today's business, I want to start by thanking you as a scrutiny committee for taking the opportunity for us to discuss water quality. Obviously, it has an essential role in our city, and I wanted to extend that thanks to everyone who's come from members of the public later on, but also representatives from these key organisations, both national, regional and local, who have found the time to be part of that process. As Councillor Bingley just mentioned, Plymouth is incredibly proud to be Britain's ocean city. Up there on the door, you'll see our corporate plan as a council, and front and centre there, our quote is, "One of Europe's most vibrant waterfront cities where an outstanding quality of life is enjoyed by everyone." You know, that is the vision of this council. Just over the hill from where we are now, the waterfront is one of our city's greatest assets, supporting economic prosperity, health and well-being. I'm sure it's the envy of many other cities, as my in-laws who live in Southampton would definitely confirm. We are innovating and delivering on the Plymouth Sound National Marine Park, the very first in the UK. A key part of that is marine citizenship, but also encouraging more people to benefit from getting in, on, under and next to the water. I hope that all of us in this room today would agree that in order to do so, the public must be assured it is a clean and safe environment. Even for those who don't like getting wet as much as I do, it only takes a visit to the box or the aquarium to know the range of fantastic wildlife that exists within Plymouth Sound. We have so many nature designations due to our special habitats and species, but this nature needs clean water to thrive. Protecting marine life is a top priority for the National Marine Park's Nature Boost projects, as well as some of the outside bodies that I work closely with, not least the Tamar Estuaries Consultative Forum and the Devon and Severn IFCA. The scale and regularity of storm overflows is a real concern. I am, however, sitting here with some hope for the future. We recently worked with Luke Pollard MP, the Environment Agency, National Marine Park Rangers and, crucially, local volunteers to secure a third designated bathing water for Plymouth at Firestone Bay. Investment is now being made by South West Water, and we have impactful partnerships that are already working together to deliver infrastructure improvements and also community-led initiatives like the Council's Building Resilience in Communities programme. But there's still a long way to go. I'm looking forward to hearing from organisations and individuals today about the challenges facing our water quality, why it is quite so important, but also the opportunities that could help to turn around that situation. One thing, though, is clear. There isn't a singular, easy, quick or cheap fix, especially as we face the new challenges of adapting to changing weather patterns, including, as we can see today, increased rainfall as a result of climate change. So a collaborative approach is therefore needed. We will need to be creative and innovative in the solutions we deliver. For example, one thing you'll hear more about today is how we can work with nature to support water quality. I think it would be brilliant if Plymouth could lead the way nationally on this agenda by responding locally in a positive, collaborative and imaginative manner. I'm hopeful this will just be the start of an accelerated programme to improve the city's water quality. I'll now pass on to Kat Deeney, who's Head of Environmental Planning at Plymouth City Council, all-round superstar on the blue and green nature environments, respectively, who's going to talk through Plymouth City Council's role in this, but also the wider challenges, issues and opportunities we've identified in the pack, before we then go on to hear from colleagues in the Environment Agency, South West Water and the Tamar Catchment Partnership. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Are you right to share the presentation, please, Hannah?
So thank you. So what I wanted to set out to you today is just Plymouth City Council's role in the water quality work, where we have links with other areas of work that we lead on, and some of the challenges and opportunities, but I promise not to steal the thunder of our other organisations here on some of those areas of work. So, you right there, Hannah? No worries. So I think it's been set out really clearly by Councillor Brysdale how important our water quality is, and I think in the second session you'll hear more about that from other organisations, but also individuals that use our waterfront almost daily in terms of their well-being, so we can really get a sense of how important it is to them. But what we want to just run through quickly is what the responsibilities are of Plymouth City Council. So we do support the bathing waters. So as has been set out, one of the things we've done recently is to support the request to designate Firestone Bay, which was obviously a huge success and just showed the interest from communities to value and use their spaces. And a lot of that came through when our National Marine Park Rangers were out talking to people. What we do as well is we put up the signage. So at the 3 bathing waters, you will see a sign that tells you what the water quality is. And one of the things that we are responsible for is putting up signage when there's a potential short-term pollution issue. So we will go down on those days and put an advisory notice up. And I'm sure that will be explained further by colleagues in Environment Agency and South West Water of how those points are chosen, and our responsibility is to get the information from the Environment Agency and put up that advice. The other thing we'll also do around water quality is try and convene discussions about how we can improve it. So it's really great to be here today, and as we'll come to in session 3, to talk about the enhanced partnerships that we can draw together. And we are good at partnerships. So on nature, we're already very much involved in many partnerships that are driving improvements in our natural world. So National Marine Parks we've mentioned a number of times. And with the money we've recently got from the Heritage Fund, that project will really start rolling out in the next couple of years. But none of that would have been possible without previous partnerships that build such a strong foundation of working together on nature, like the Tamar Estuaries Consultative Forum, and how we collectively work together on marine protected areas. So we know that water quality is essential. If you look at the Tamar Estuaries Consultative Forum's plans, when you look at what the National Marine Park's delivering, high quality water is essential for nature too. We have a port health responsibility, so colleagues in public protection do the monitoring of any shell fisheries, and that extends across the River Yelm as well as in Plymouth. And the other key area where there's a really good integration between areas of work is around flood risk. So as you'll hear more about today, when you're dealing with water, it won't stay in one place. We need to think about a collective systems approach to how we manage the amount of water in the city, where it flows, and how it interacts with our drainage systems. So that really strong interaction between our role as a lead local flood authority, the work we're doing already with South West Water and the Environment Agency about combining and looking at opportunities around our investment programmes, so that actually when we go and look for a solution to a water quality or flood risk, we're also looking the other way, so that we can get double benefits from the schemes that we're delivering. And that's an ongoing area of work. And also with highways maintenance. So we do have, Plymouth City Council have a big, obviously, operational role in the city, looking after all our places and spaces, public realm and roads. And that also has an interaction with how water moves around the city, and it's a really important part of what we do. Thank you, Hannah. So I'll only touch along these because we've got experts coming along today to just give you a really much more in-depth review of where some of the challenges lie. And I think the main thing that I've taken from all the conversations that have led up to this select committee is no one is shying away from the challenges, but actually everyone is coming to the table to find a really positive way forward. So we will hear about our sewage network, how the systems are at the minute, but also picking up on the point that we are facing challenges that none of us have ever had to deal with before, and therefore that's why we need the innovation, we need the collaboration. We also need to think about how we do the system differently, but it's not the only area. So we will, through Lawrence, have a more of a in-depth discussion around agricultural runoff. We've also got urban runoff, which also impacts our water quality. We're very lucky in our second session to have Professor Richard Thompson coming to talk about microplastics. We are so lucky to have such a expert here in the city who can talk through that. And it really all links into how do we become more resilient. So water quality is one aspect that we can link into much wider areas of our work to ensure that as the impacts of climate change come through, we can really think about not only how do we meet those challenges, but how do we turn them into opportunities, so that we look at solutions that not only deal with water quality and flood risk, but actually deliver ways that we can live and how our green spaces work, for example, that can be a really positive addition to people's lives. The bathing season is a challenge. So I often get asked, well, how do we get excellent water quality? I swam in February, it wasn't great. So it is worth noting that there's been a change, I think, culturally between when people used to swim in the warmer months and when people swim now, which is all the time, and brave souls that you see down there regularly swimming. So I think that is a challenge, and that change in culture means we need to think differently about how we manage the water. And behaviours. So one of the things that we need to embed as we go forward is everyone has a role in improving water quality. And one of the things that the BRIC project that Councillor Browsdale has started to work with is how every single household can be enabled to be part of the solution. And I think that will be a challenge in how we engage people in that and how they see a benefit of it. And the final point I'd like to leave with you is that the solutions to this aren't straightforward, otherwise we'd be doing them all. And what we really need to have a look at, and picking up on the point about, Plymouth could really lead the way here, is there is a complexity in the system here, because we need to look at a whole system of water, how it comes into the city, how it moves around the city, and ultimately how anything gets discharged into the National Marine Park. And that is why we need collaboration. It is not one solution that can deal with this. It needs to be a city approach. But looking at what we've brought to you today, I think although it is complex, it's certainly doable that we do something really brilliant in this city. And I think there are very many added benefits from doing it in a collaboration. Yes, for the environment, yes, for communities, but also some of our other really great priorities around green jobs and skills development that could come forward if we start delivering the scale of investment we were talking about in a way that really focuses on our place. So I won't cover that in any more detail because I know we've got expert here to do that today, but hopefully that gives you a clear explanation of Plymouth City Council's role and some of the challenges that we'll hear about today.
Thanks, Kat. I just want to clarify to members actually. So we've got 3 presentations coming up that are quite sort of brief, about 10 to 15 minutes each, and then we'll do questions at the end if that's okay, not at the end of each one. So, okay, thanks, Kat. Thanks, Tom. So it falls on me to welcome from the Environment Agency first, Bruce Newport and Frank Newell. So welcome, guys.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for inviting us here. So it's a good news story for Plymouth. I've worked in Plymouth on water quality and waste fisheries enforcement for just about 30 years now. And it's a treasure to be here. First and foremost, the Environment Agency is an environmental regulator, and that's really our role in looking after water quality. And as we've heard, Plymouth has 3 bathing waters, and all of those bathing waters are classed as excellent. That's as good as water quality as you can have. The really good news is that, as Kat said earlier, we do short-term pollution discounting. So sometimes what we'll do is a model will predict if water quality is going to be reduced, and if so, we advise the council and they put up warning signs. What can happen then on some beaches, if you get some very poor samples which are out of character with a bathing water, we can discount those samples in our overall classification. But the 3 bathing waters in Plymouth are so good that they get excellent without any discounting at all, which is excellent news. Furthermore, at Firestone Bay, which has been a huge success, not just for us, but I'm sure the city, what we are also doing there is we've not stopped sampling where we would normally stop in September, but we've continued right through this winter. And this is part of a piece of work that we're doing inside the Environment Agency, which has 2 main objectives. A, is it possible or feasible to carry out wintertime monitoring on some of our bathing waters? And we picked Firestone Bay as one of those. And B, is the water quality in the wintertime much different than it is in the summertime? So those are the two questions that we're trying to answer. And we're looking at several beaches around our coastline, working with South West Water on this. At the moment, the data that's coming back from Firestone Bay is fantastic, even in the wintertime. It really is good. And that's great. So those are the bathing waters. If we just take a little trip back down memory lane, we still have discharges from Chelsea Meadow landfill site, which closed, I think it was in 2008. But that landfill site will continue to have leachate, which is treated by Plymouth City Council through a process and then put out into the River Plym. That doesn't impact on the microbial water quality of our bathing waters. But that is a discharge which we monitor and we regulate and will be there for some time. It wasn't that many years ago that Imerys used to have their landing lines which would end up down at Marsh Mills, and they used to use chemicals like diammonium phosphate to keep the clay bright before it was dried, to stop any iron staining. And those discharges used to go in, they were full of nutrients, they used to go into the Tory Brook and then into the River Plym. They've all gone these days, and that's another big win for the river and for the local community. Devonport Royal Dockyard had a whole host of discharges, and these have now all been eliminated. They are drained to South West Water's sewerage system, or they're taken away by contractors. So what we see now in the dockyard are just surface water discharges. And again, that allows Firestone Bay to be incredibly clean. Our lowest monitoring point on our river system is Gunners Lake Bridge. And I'm sure Lawrence will talk of water quality that comes down the River Tamar. And what we find at our lowest monitoring point is that phosphates are at acceptable levels, but we do have elevated ammonia levels. And when we look at our data, the ammonia levels are dominated by agricultural activity rather than South West Water's activity further up the catchment. We continue to work on with reports of pollution in and around the city. With urban environments, we will very often see small oil spills. You will find spills from factory sites, and we continue to have our surveillance on all of our industrial areas. The Environment Agency is now recruiting an awful lot more people. We will be recruiting up to 500 more people nationally to do more regulatory work with water companies to make sure as an organisation we push harder and faster to get the pounds spent where they are needed the most. I think one of the things that is worth mentioning from our point of view as well is that not all storm overflows have the same value towards the city and our ability to keep the environment clean. So we've probably got two overflows which are operated by South West Water, which are legally operated if there are emergencies. There's one at Plymouth Central at Prince Rock, and there's one at Kanoko Wharf, and they could have just those two 80% of the microbial load going into our local environment if they were to operate. And then we have many other overflows that we do regulate, but they have far less impact on the waterfront and where people swim, but equally as important for the local environment. Luckily, we don't have many big failures from either of those discharges because they are so well looked after, but I'll let our colleagues talk about that. Now I'm going to hand over to Frank.
Thank you, Bruce. I'm going to focus on the partnership work that is already well underway between the council, the water company and ourselves. So it's an established and progressive partnership which has been going for at least 10 years now, looking at the issue of urban drainage. And one of the issues with Plymouth is we have a lot of infilled creeks, and it means that a vast majority of the water drainage in the city is below ground, out of sight, out of mind to a certain extent, but also very expensive to unpick. And if we're going to plan projects, we need to be evidence-led because we need to understand exactly how to adjust these systems, improve them. And the water company has invested heavily with our support and the council's support on integrated urban drainage modelling. So we have that evidence base in many parts of the city. And that allows us to optioneer and understand what can be done to make improvements, which is a fantastic starting point. That's in the lens of the pressure of climate change. And just to quote a couple of numbers, over the next 60 years, we're looking at a 30% increase in peak rainfall events, and that's increasing to a 50% increase over 100 years. We also are expecting around a 40% increase in flows coming down the river, so the volume of water. And we also have the issue with sea level rise of around 1.5 metres over the next 100 years. So significant challenges from the climate. We also have the Council's growth agenda to think about. And what we're doing to tackle those things up to now is we've focused on the making space for water type projects. A perfect example of that is the work going on and planned in Trefusis Park, and that's planned to be constructed next year. That's in the Lipton Vale area of the city with a £3.5 million project planned there, which is effectively creating an open balancing pond to allow surface water to be stored in the parkland. That in turn will facilitate water to come out of the combined system to be separated out into the watercourses, so achieving the aims. There's also a lot of work happening in the city centre, and you'll all be aware of the work that's happening in New George Street, the work that's already happened in Bath Street, and all of that is aimed at undertaking surface water separation to get this water out of the combined system into a new surface water system. It's very expensive, and it absolutely requires the pooling of all our monies together to be able to afford the future of this. And our aims as an organisation to support that is to plan these projects with true climate resilience in mind. So looking at the growth that we're planning today and the infrastructure that's planned today that will be able to take the future loads of water. Thank you.
Thank you both. Now we move on to South West Water. I've got that Alan Burrows and Mark Walsford will present. I've also got another name here, Carolyn Cabin. Okay, thanks. Brilliant. So welcome you both. Alan, we're starting with you, are we?
Yes. Can you hear me okay? So first of all, as a result of our high security on our laptops, I've been unable to log into your system here, but I will make sure that I provide the slides to Hannah after the meeting. Okay, so first of all, I just want to say thanks ever so much for inviting us. I do believe we've actually already got a strong partnership here in Plymouth City, and I don't say that lightly because having previously worked at the Environment Agency, I remember coming down here and working with Kat and others around flooding and water quality and bathing water quality. So I think that's been going on for a long time, but as Kat and Bruce and Frank have said, you know, we've done well, but there are lots of many other challenges that we need to think about and address. So first of all, what I just wanted to say is that we do have a strategy called WaterFit, and that WaterFit strategy takes us up to 2025 and then up to 2030. And one of the themes within that WaterFit strategy is nurturing healthy rivers and seas. And some of the key facts and figures and targets that we're aiming to achieve within that is to reduce our impact by to 1/3 by 2025 on rivers, and that will be based on the assessment that the Environment Agency undertake. And I'll give you an example of what the impacts look and feel like at the moment within Plymouth City area. Reduce the operation of our storm overflows progressively as well up until 2040, and I'll probably lean towards Mark a minute to explain a little bit more about what we're doing on storm overflows. But as Kat said, I think gone are the days when we used to go swimming in August. I do go swimming and surfing all year round, so everybody's now expecting water quality to be of a certain standard. And with that standard comes that assurance that it is actually meeting those standards. So again, we'll talk a little bit about what our contribution is proposed against that, particularly at one of your newly designated beaches at Firestone. And then finally, a little bit of stats and figures around pollutions as well, and what does it look and feel like for Plymouth City. So you don't need to remember any of these facts and figures. They'll be on my presentation when I've got through the security arrangements, okay? But just give you an update on pollutions. We have made significant progress since 2020 when our business plan started for this period. And we've also made significant progress in the number of serious pollutions that we've had. If you remember, we said we were going to target zero serious pollutions by 2025. In 2021, we had zero in Plymouth. In 2022, we had one in Plymouth. We've had none in Plymouth in 2023. And we've had 13 minor category 3 incidents, and that there's quite a range on those too. There may be localized impact on a river course to minor changes in ammonia and suspended solids as a result of activities that we've undertaken. But we're on a course to continue to improve pollution incidents as we move forward, and particularly with a focus on serious pollution incidents. I can say last year all permits that we hold within the Plymouth City area met the standards as required by the Environment Agency, and that kind of supports some of the statements that the Environment Agency have made around water quality, particularly at bathing beaches at Plymouth Hoe, East and West and Firestone. But now on to the more controversial conversations around storm overflows. I suspect it's true to say that 3 or 4 years ago, if I'd mentioned storm overflows to people in the room, they probably wouldn't have heard about it. It would have been something else. But storm overflows has risen up the agenda for a number of reasons, particularly connected with the conversations we've already heard around all-year bathing and potential impacts on bathing waters. But just wanted to give you a little bit of an update on where we are with our programme at the moment. So South West Water installed event duration monitors on all of its storm overflows at the end of 2022. We're in 2020. What year are we in now?
24 now.
So December 2022.
March last year.
March 2023, sorry. Yeah, ahead of the government targets. So now we've got all this information that we hadn't previously had. Some of it confirms what we already knew. Some of it tells us things that we didn't know previously. And this information is now available to the regulators, and it is made available to members of the public when the annual returns are published by the Environment Agency on gov.uk and ourselves as well on our own website. For this year, the annual return and all the information on storm overflows across the whole of the Southwest, all 1,342 of them will be published at the end of March in accordance with the requirements of the regulator, the Environment Agency. On the back of that, one of the questions that we frequently get asked is, that's great, South West Water, but what are you going to do about it? And when are you going to start to reduce the impact of storm overflows on the environment? And how many spills are you going to reduce at particular storm overflows? We've submitted our storm overflow action plan to the Secretary of State. We began submitting back in July. We were required to provide further information. We've done that, and now we're waiting for the Secretary of State to press the button for us to publish that storm overflow action plan. I'm just going to lean to Mark now, just to give us a little bit more information. Press your button. That's the one.
So, as Alan said, there are 1,342 storm overflows. Much as we would love to solve all of those overnight, that's not going to happen, and it is going to take time to do that. The government targets are set out in what's called the Storm Overflow Discharge Reduction Plan. It's not a snappy title, but it was set about 4 Secretary of States ago. And we've been working to how do we achieve those targets and in what way. Much of that timeline was set out right the way to 2050 to actually be able to deliver all of those targets. As we developed our plan up, a lot of our focus initially was around the bathing waters and the shellfishes and making sure that the economics of the Southwest was dealt with first and foremost. And what we realised quite early on was, with the resources that we would need to put into the first 5 years of that programme, if we continued those resources through, that we could actually finish the whole programme by 2040. So when we published our plan back in October last year, we are the only company in the whole of England and Wales that has actually set a target of achieving that goal by 2040. But we recognise 2040, for a lot of people, is still too far away, and more can be done on that. So, as Alan said, one of the things we've been asked to do is to publish for every overflow what is our timeline around that one, and what are our predictions around what would its spill forecast be. All of that data has been compiled into a national database. So there's something like 15,000 overflows that are going to be visible in that to the general public. On Monday this week, it was due to be published today. That date has slipped and it's going to be early next week now, but it is imminent that that will be published. And that will allow you to go and see every overflow, click on it and see when that work is planned to be occurring for that overflow. Now, I'm sure there's going to be a disagreement there with many people, because I'm sure they would like their local overflow to be dealt with early. We have spent a lot of time trying to look at how do we balance the impacts to bathing waters and shellfish first and foremost, then to things like ecologically sensitive areas, high spillers and things of that nature. So we know we're not going to please everybody when that goes out, but what we have done is looked at how do we balance that programme and balance that over that 15-year time period. Now, just a couple of stats about the 1342. Not all of those require investment. Actually, over 500 of those are already meeting the standards today, and they don't require any investment to occur. But there is still 800 plus that do require that investment. And as I said, we've programmed that over the 15 years, tackling those that have the greatest impacts first and foremost, and tackling those early. For Plymouth, actually there are 126 overflows in the Plymouth region. 54 of those are actually meeting the standards today. So actually we have those programmed, but they're programmed all the way over that 15-year time period before every overflow in Plymouth is tackled, and will meet the standards. But I hope that gives you a bit more of a view, because I know there's a bit of a belief that all storm overflows are performing badly, and that's certainly not the case.
Thanks, Mark. I just wanted to add a few extra points to what Kat said as well. She had a particular word on there, which was behaviour. A lot of what happens in our network can be as a result of customer behaviours. So what do I mean by that? Basil Jett was brilliant, wasn't he? He built a fantastic system to take pee, poo and paper. As we've modernised society, we now get plastics, sanitary products, wet wipes, etc. And the system isn't built to deal with things like that. Neither are our pumping stations built to deal with things like that. So in terms of a collective understanding and joining up the dots between what people do, what services we provide, how the Environment Agency regulate those services, and eventually the impact on the environment, I think is incredibly important for everybody to understand. As an industry overall, the water industry, we spend over £100 million a year removing wet wipes from our sewage system. My analogy to this is, if you've ever been to a petrol station and you've seen somebody with their head in their hands, they put diesel in a petrol car or vice versa, it's because that engine and those pipes in those engines won't operate, because they're not expecting to receive that particular product, as it were. So there is a lot to do around that. And as a result of those products going into the system, it does cause a significant number of blockages. And most of the blockages are due to wet wipes and other material within the system that isn't pee, poo and paper. In addition to that, we are working very closely with a company called ECAS, looking at sewer misuse from food service establishments as well. So have they got the right infrastructure in place to stop fats, oils and greases going into into the system. So one of the questions we might want to think about is, where are those issues within Plymouth City Council, and what can we do as South West Water to help you manage those food service establishments that may potentially have an impact on our system, that may eventually have an impact on the environment. So there's lots and lots of dots to join up as well. I suppose the only other thing I wanted to say is, and if Carolyn Cadman were here, she would be saying it, so I can hear her in the back of my head, is that within PR24, our approach is generally to look at green and blue systems as a priority, in terms of let's see what we can do delivering through green and blue systems before we build a massive, huge concrete tank. And the reason for that is those green and blue systems tend to be more sustainable. And Frank's already talked about, you know, surface water separation. There are multiple benefits to that: reduce surface water flooding, reduce flooding within the sewer, reduce the operation of our storm overflow, hence protect the environment in which we have here in Plymouth. Finally, what I did want to say is our PR24 plan is currently with Ofwat. I think we hear our first iteration of that in May. Is that right, Mark?
Early June.
Early June, May, June. And then we'll have a better indication of whether or not that plan is as we'd originally submitted it. But our focus is on pollutions and storm overflows, and there is significant investment in 2025 to 2030 because of exactly the thing that Mark said. The majority of our coast is either a bathing water or a shellfish water, and what we've done is commit to those storm overflows in those locations to begin with, and that must be a good thing for Plymouth and the marine area as well within Plymouth. So I'm going to pause there. Mark's going to say one more thing, and then Chair, we will stop.
So I just wanted to set the scene in terms of that investment programme on storm overflows. So our plan over the 15 years is to invest just over £3 billion in storm overflows, roughly about £1 billion every 5 years. Now, in terms of how we presented our business plan, we recognise that not all of that should be funded through customers. We've identified a number of areas where we've got to put investment in, and we've challenged ourselves with higher efficiencies to deliver that. So actually, there is a lower sum, it's around 750 million that we're going to be seeking from customer bills to fund that programme. But we've really tightened our belts to make sure that we can deliver that in the most efficient way. But not all of that would be borne by customers in terms of customer bills. But it is a significant level of investment, and we do need to ensure that we can deliver that and finance that over that period, because that's quite a significant sum of money. I don't think generally we talk about programmes in the billions, and it has certainly one where it's one that has been in that level of spend and over such a long, prolonged period as well.
Right. Okay. Alan and Mark from South West Water. So there was just a couple of clarifications, I think, around acronyms. Whilst we're still here on your issue, you mentioned PR plan. I think, if I heard it right, 2024. Just obviously in politics, PR stands for a couple of other things. So
PR stands for price review.
Okay. Price review.
So every 5 years, the water industry goes through a price review.
Got that. We sometimes have it's a bit price review. PR price review. We sometimes have external people watching, not often in big numbers, but this is just to sort of clarify. There was one other clarification. I think, Alan, you mentioned quite early on in your presentation, you mentioned something to do with a risk level or an impact level at category 3, which was minor. Can I just clarify that? Because obviously some categorisations in security have 5 levels.
Yeah.
Is it 3 levels?
So this is the Environment Agency's pollution categorisation for water pollutions. 1 is serious, 2 is quite serious, 3 is minor, and 4 is no impact. And that's the categorisation that the Environment Agency uses.
Category.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you so much for the presentations, both. Okay, the next presentation is from Tamar Catchment. I've got Lawrence Couldrick, if I pronounce your name right.
Yes,
Apologise if I haven't. Thank you.
No, that's
Welcome.
fine. And Hannah, if it's possible, I've sent you an email with a link to an image that might be useful to put up as we go through, but there's no rush to it. See whether you can. So yes, I'm here today to represent the Tamar Catchment Partnership, or TCP. For those of you who've had cuts, grazes when you were a child, maybe that was TCP that you were putting on it. So there's a slight irony in the fact that our rivers are effectively dying from 1,000 cuts, but they're dying from lots of different cuts. Some are deep, some are shallow, but all of them have an impact, and they have a cumulative impact. The Tamar is no exception, and it has pressures from agriculture, from sewerage, from mining, from industry, from the road network. You name it, we've got it as a pollutant. But the devil's always in the detail, and it's quite challenging to understand what's impacting at any one moment. It's quite useful to look at things like the Environment Agency's data, which we do as a catchment partnership quite a lot. So things like the Water Framework Directive for the Tamar as a whole, only 1 in 5 rivers meets the good standard. So 77% are impacted of our in our rivers. But actually, when you dig into the detail, it varies quite dramatically. So if you look at your hand, the main rivers we have are the Elm, which is around the same sort of percentage, around 75% are impacted. The Plym, 75% impacted. We go over onto the liner side. Again, we've got a similar level of impact. And as you come into the Tamar, you get into all of them are impacted in that lower component of the Tamar. The Tavy's not too bad. That's around the same sort of thing of 1 in 5. So when you go up, a lot of the big problems we see coming from the Tamar that are impacting on the main Tamar as it comes under the bridge is, as Bruce said, coming from agriculture, from that upper catchment. And in some of those catchments, again, we have 2 systems that are worth talking about. The Wolf and the Lid, which drain a lot of the sort of areas around Roadford and those areas. And actually, they have quite a high level of catchments that are good. There's about 60% in there. Again, they have some failures. But once you go up into the upper Tamar, where you get a predominantly clay environment, actually, at that point, only 14% are good up there. We have significant issues with that clayed areas. It means that we're getting a lot of nutrients, a lot of soils coming off of that land. They're quite heavy dairy use because it's very good at growing grass up there. And that means that not only have we got the moderate catchments, which have kind of are impacted, we've got some poor and some bad catchments under the Water Framework Directive. But the Water Framework Directive isn't normally the thing that motivates most people. They often want to concentrate on the sort of the am I getting sick in the river? So which is why, not surprisingly, we get a lot of focus on things like the fecal coliforms, a lot of focus, not surprisingly, on the sewage network, but obviously we can also get that from the slurries, manures, direct defecation into the rivers. And so you can see on the sort of, hopefully you can see on some of the image, this is an image we use quite a lot. This is our good farm, bad farm image. And on the left-hand side, it shows a lot of the issues we face up there, which is things like overgrazing, overstocking, things like planting and growing crops right up to the river, high-risk crops like maize, which can be grown, often grown on steep slopes and create quite a lot of problems in the winter period. Usually sort of inadequate infrastructure because they haven't been able to update infrastructure over the years. And basically a poor level of separating out the kind of pollutants from the landscape. And that environment drives quite compacted soils, which means that when it rains, all of that pollutant gets washed into the river. And so what our rivers are suffering, not just in the Tamar alone, but the upper Tamar is particularly impacted, but even across all of those sections in the Plym, the Elm, the Liner, we're suffering from a lack of resilience. Our soils are degraded, and that means that when it rains, it runs off. It means we get flooding, it means we get pollution, and then as 3 months down the line, once we've got a period of dry weather, which we're getting more and more frequently due to climate change, we're then into a period of drought. That drought means that any pollutants coming from the yard that are constantly coming that aren't linked to runoff, they have a much higher impact because there's less water in the river, and that water is usually during those summer months hotter. So we get things like algal blooms forming, which can proceed all the way down the catchment if the conditions are right. That means that a lot of our rivers are significantly impacted by farming for the water quality we want to see, but broader than that, we're impacted on this issue of resilience. So we're getting our water quick and dirty at the moment, and actually as a society we need to have it slow and clean, because slow and clean water means that it's there for us in the future, it doesn't flood us, and it doesn't cause these problems downstream. So the work we do and trying to coordinate through the Catchment Partnership is more on the right-hand side of that image, where we're using sort of a lot of the schemes out there, whether it be funded through South West Water and Upstream Thinking, whether it be funded through government money, the Environment Agency, or even schemes through the lottery or other private charities and grant-giving trusts, is to really build the amount of nature-based solutions. So that's putting in more wetlands, more trees, massively improving the soils and working with farmers to do that, so we can return water off of our landscape that's slow and clean, which is crucial to be able to deliver what we need. Now, some of that is done through incentivisation, in working with farmers to incentivise them, giving them grants. A lot of them has to be done through regulation. There's quite a lot of failures. Historically, regulation was incredibly poor in terms of its level of resourcing. Certainly since 2000, we've seen a large cut in the budgets within the agency, but we haven't seen the regulation that's needed. Now, what's pleasing to see is actually we're seeing more regulatory presence on the ground. What that presence is showing is exactly what we picked up, is the infrastructure isn't there. So the enforcement of infrastructure is welcomed and needed, and goes hand in hand with the incentivisation that we have going on. There is also enforcement officers out there through looking at the land management side, which is far more challenging. There are regulations and rules pertaining to the management of soils, but they need sort of work with the farmer rather than it just being a prosecutory approach. But it's fortunately we do have those people out on the ground. There could always be more. What is frustrating, I sit on the flood committee, and that officer regime, that for land management, is funded from a local levy, or in part local levy fund, rather than it being centrally funded. It's a core thing we have to achieve is good soil health. So we know we need to move to this right-hand side. The farmers we work with want to move to this right-hand side. We need investment. We need a clear regulatory baseline. We can see there is a huge interest in society in this issue, and we have a lot of citizen scientists now that go out and monitor their river. Actually, the data out there is reinforcing what we already know. Our rivers are impacted. They're suffering from sediment coming into there, nutrients coming into there, all this cocktail of pollutants I spoke about earlier on. But the value of that citizen science is that it's building a level of understanding in our communities. At the moment, the understanding has sort of squarely landed in the water companies' lap, and rightly so, I would probably quite happily say. But there is a strong argument and a growing argument within the communities that they understand why and how farming is impacting it. The real interesting thing with the farming is we do have to work with them, because a lot of this improvement of infrastructure, improvement of soils, isn't necessarily just a regulatory thing. It's around us embracing as a whole. We're going to need to help them, and that may mean in the future paying more for our food, but that's part of a much larger discussion. Very happy to sort of give this evidence, and as I say, the key thing we're trying to do as a catchment partnership is build resilient communities, but also resilient catchments. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Lawrence. That's really interesting, actually. And right, I think it's prompted quite a lot of questions from what we've just heard. So I will open it up to members to ask questions. The first hand I have is Councillor Penrose, I think. Yeah.
Thank you very much. It really, really was interesting and mostly reassuring. Reassuring in the sense that you all appear to be on top of the problems. But I would actually just like to ask another question about, if you like, future proofing. I mean, all of the councillors in this room and all the council officers in the last few weeks, you know, all our residents are coming because they've got unprecedented problems to do with drainage and flooding and basements and so on. They're all saying this has never happened before. So if I can just ask, do you feel confident that the data sets you're using are adequate? You know, you're talking about your amount of investment, you're talking about your plans and your targets, but is the data you're using adequate to make sure you're actually investing enough and putting enough into it? Thank you.
Who did you direct that to? I might have missed that.
It was, I think, Frank,
Yeah.
and also
South West Water. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Well, do you want to go? In fact, Alan, do you want to go first and then regulator? Okay, Mark. Sorry, Mark. Sorry.
Because he's the asset manager.
No, great.
So, one of the things we've all been doing as water companies is delivering what are called our drainage and wastewater management plans. Again, another acronym. Apologies. We've published those actually last year in June, having consulted on them the previous year. In terms of the forward forecasting in those, we take data that has come out of the Met Office that is predicting into the future what are the effects of climate change. And we've used those to look at what is the impact on our drainage networks, both for storm overflows, sewer flooding. All of those factors have all been modelled. And we actually did, in our modelling for South West Water, about 18,000 model runs. And a model is a geographic area. So we've modelled lots of areas, lots of different ways, looking at lots of different combinations of climate change and growth and so forth. That has then informed our investment plans and how much we need to invest ahead of those things coming through. I suppose the question ultimately is, and how good do we think those Met Office forward predictions are of climate change? And at the moment, what is clear is 2023 particularly was a very wet year, and I'm not surprised that there's been lots of issues. When you look, we had 11 named storms coming over England in that year, where we'd normally get 3 or 4. So certainly 2023 was very wet, but 2022 was very dry. And so is one balancing the other off? Is there a trend there? Very difficult to say that. But what we do is we rely very heavily on the Met Office and their forward forecasting to inform us of what those are. It could be very easy to over-predict what the needs are. So you have to do it in a very balanced way, taking into account the known data. Now, if there are more years and we see more wet years coming along, the Met Office will update their forecasting, and our DWMP gets updated every 5 years. So yes, we've got a plan for the next 5 years, but we'll update it in 5 years' time as well. So if future forecasts are saying something different, we'll take that evidence into account when we make those decisions.
I'll just pick up from there. Thanks, Mark. We have a lot of data on climate change, and it links into, as Mark has described, a lot of information that comes out of the Met Office. It's linked into climate change scenarios, though. So how much carbon dioxide are we expecting to be in the atmosphere in future years, which is not fully known because it depends on our choices over the next few years, what happens on that. On the whole, we take quite a precautionary view on how much carbon dioxide or greenhouse gases there will be in the atmosphere. So the forecast is quite severe, and I quoted a few numbers on that in terms of impact on increasing rainfall. I think where your question is interesting is that while we factor in a lot of climate change adjustment into our modelling and our options, it still comes down to affordability of what we can afford to put into the ground and how large things are. Because if you factor in a greater allowance, it normally means either a pipe is bigger, a storage area is larger, because if you're building it now, you want to allow that space for the future change to happen. And that then comes down to affordability. So it's quite a balance on how much we actually factor in on our schemes. It's a little bit easier if we're working with developers, because there's standard government guidance that we ask developers to work to for building in those types of allowances to their drainage systems.
Councillor Rainsford.
Thank you, Chair. That was really very interesting and very informative. Clearly an awful lot of money is going to be spent in the coming years in order to try and improve the water quality locally. I was interested to hear about the 3 billion over 15 years from South West Water. The 750 million you were going to raise from customers to support that, is that over the same period? And if so, what investment are you looking for from your shareholders in order to contribute to this? Because whilst customers, I'm sure, want better water quality and are happy to pay a bit more, I think they want to know that the load is being shared.
Okay, I'm going to take that one. So we talked about the scale of the programme, and I'm just going to talk a bit about how that is funded. So not all of that is funded directly out of customer bills in terms of the investment that's required. We have to borrow quite a bit of that money, and when you borrow money, you have to pay it back. So we borrow that money in two ways. One is directly through banks, and typically similar to a mortgage, and we pay that back with interest rates. And then what happens is that customer bills reflect that interest payment, and those interest payments paying that money back over 25 years typically. We also borrow money from shareholders, and shareholders actually fund quite a bit of that programme. And so when shareholders lend us money through shares, they want a dividend return associated with that, or else they're not going to lend us the money. It's as simple as that. So when we say payments going in dividends, it's actually paying for the money they've already lent us and we're already using to fund the programme. So we talked about the 750 being funded through customer bills. We talked about the extent to which we and in a sense shareholders are bearing about 250 million of that. But actually the whole purpose of dividends is to give a return for money that shareholders are borrowing and lending us. Now, when you look at who actually takes shares and who actually buys those shares, a lot of them are pension funds, a lot of them are from householders and pensioners who are investing in shares, and quite rightly they want a return on that. And if they're not getting that return, they will take their share value and they will move it to other providers who will give them that return. So there is a bit of a process involved in that, and we've got to balance that off so that shareholders can get it. In fact, you could argue shareholders have a worse time because they can actually lose the value of the share as well. And so for that risk, that is where dividends come in and are played through the process. But we're not asking customers to fund all of that programme. And similarly, we are looking for shareholders to lend us more money over that period in order to fund the scale of the investment programme. And as a result, we'll need to pay them dividends in order to secure that shareholder value.
Thank you. Just to clarify, how many customers does South West Water have? Just so I'm not saying I'm great at maths, but with the decimal points and things.
From a water perspective, it's about, within the South West Water region, it's 1.2 million water customers, and it's about 900,000 wastewater customers.
So that's not 2.1 million, it's joint.
That's
it
joint.
Could be joint.
So there are people who only get water, and there are people who only have sewage as well. So and then you have people who have water but don't have sewage.
Yeah.
So there's quite a mix in there, unfortunately. It's not a simple answer.
No, I didn't think it would be. Right, okay. Councillor Tuffy.
Thank you, Chair. I think my question is to Bruce. You talked about winter sampling. Is that information made public? And we heard today that water use is all year round. Are there any plans to make that information public? Probably more importantly, is there a simple method where people can find that information? Because we have a tendency to take for granted everyone's online, and I don't think that's correct. So if you could kind of clarify that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, yes, you can see the investigative data online. I can send people a link if they need it. We will produce a report in May. It'll probably be the end of May because obviously the new bathing season starts in May and we want to go right up to that point in time. But as I said, what we do need to do is we need to understand, is it feasible to take a full series of samples every week? So we take one every week. We missed one over Christmas when our labs were closed, but let's say every week. Is it feasible to take one? And do the data see a change between summer and winter? Now, what this does, it gives us a sense of confidence. Have we got our monitoring right? Now, I'm pretty sure that people will be listening in Parliament around the what has been named the Victorian bathing season. Is it right? We know that the technology in swimsuits, for instance, in wetsuits has got better and better, and it does allow people to get into the water more and more. And it's fairly safe at Firestone Bay, in all fairness, it is safe. And we know that the water in Firestone Bay has got very little influence of fresh water, because when we take our samples, we can actually tell, is there much fresh water from the Tamer in it, or is it all salty seawater? It's nearly always salty seawater, and that gives it the benefit of that natural disinfection of any bacteria, and that seems to be for 12 months of the year. So we will produce that. Will we be able to continue to monitor our bathing waters all year in Plymouth? Not until there's legislative change, because there's no funding to do it. We're doing it at the moment with South West Water as an investigation. But the more you look, the more you clean the environment, you see other problems. And that allows you to make sure that your investment is done in the right place. But it's some really interesting work. If I could make that data really, really public, really, really easily, we would definitely do that. But I'm afraid it's going to be on one of these, or it's going to be on an app, because everybody loves real time, and that's what South West Water are doing. Real time, when their event duration monitors flick on and off, it's real time. When we have a pollution incident, we put it on our system as real time, and Surface Against Sewage will take our data collectively from South West Water and ourselves, and they will create alerts.
I've got a quick question. It's a little bit off-piste, but I really liked the image that Lawrence Caldrick showed. But one of the things that stood out for me was around animal welfare. And so, this is a fundamentally important issue to address climate change. But on your slide, it did have the bad farmer with cows had access to water, and then it kind of had the good farmer where the cows did not have access to water. Now, I did notice, my eyes are quite poor, but I did notice there was a second field with a few cows perhaps in the water. Now, what I want to just be clear on is that it's all very well for us human beings doing all of this, but is everything that you are suggesting in terms of the enhanced regulation, the enhanced working with farmers in Upper Tamar, is it commensurate also with the improvement of animal welfare?
Absolutely. I think for the 30 years the Trust has been operating, we've always worked with the farmer, with their business model, to understand kind of how to get the most out of what they're doing. So it's very simple to create both designated drinking areas on farm. So you can easily just fence off a river and then put one access point, and it means they're not eroding the entire bank. There's also things like papa pumps, which you can push water into a trough, and also pasture pumps, where the action of the cow pushing back draws water out. What's interesting is coming back to one of the things I said about resilience. We're now talking to a lot of farmers, especially within the dairy sector, that are becoming increasingly worried about the availability of water. So they're seeing things like their boreholes having periods where they dry up, sections where there's not as much water in the river. And actually, at that point, they're starting to say, well, do I have to go to mains, which is expensive, but then that creates huge pressure at a time when we're already pressured in drought. So one of the projects we're looking at, called Water Net Gain, is an Ofwat funded project, is around farmers creating more ponds, lakes, stores, and specifically filling those with what would normally be lost into the system, runoff, stormwater runoff. So at the moment, you can't help but go out and see water coming from every field, every yard, every road. That water will be out in the Tamar within the next 2-3 days or so. Whereas I can guarantee within the next 3, 4, 5 months, your customers will be saying, where's all the water coming from? I'm fed up with having a temporary use ban, those sorts of things. So it's vital. And for a dairy farmer, when you think about welfare, if they don't have water, they do not have animals, exactly as you say. And it's not around, we can always play with the rivers and sort that out, but it's around when we get into those periods of peak drought, how do you make sure you have water in the environment?
Okay, Councillor McClay and then Councillor Tothan.
Thank you, Chair, and also to thank everyone for their presentations this morning. I think it's really clear that this is a very complex issue, but it's good to see that we're all working together for the collective aim of improving water quality in Plymouth. I'm one of those wild swimmers that is out January, February. I must say in a wetsuit. I'm not crazy enough to go in a swimming costume that time of year. I think my question is for Bruce. I wanted to ask if you can advise on how many discounted days were recorded in Plymouth last year due to discharges.
On the three
bathing
there was
sites.
0.
So following on from that, then why are some days, are we not regarded as, if there were 0 days, why are there then days that it's not regarded as safe to go swimming in those bathing waters?
It's a really good question. It's a really good question. What we have done historically is we have tried to develop a model which will predict, it's a bathing water forecast, like a weather forecast, the day before. It's done up to 8 o'clock in the morning. When we look at the tide, when we look at the overcast, how much UV natural radiation there's likely to be killing bacteria, we produce this forecast. It doesn't mean it's always right, but you might get reduced quality on that day. Now, what we're saying is if we manage to give people that information, they can then make a choice whether they go swimming at that particular location or the one next door. They can make that choice. It is a model. And what we've done is we've run this model now for several years and we've refined it and refined it. It doesn't mean that when you go swimming on a beach which has got a warning, it might be awful. It doesn't mean that at all. It's just saying today it might not be as good at this beach. You could go somewhere else. It provides choice. That's what it does. It's, if you like, the creme de la creme of technology of trying to work out how you forecast for the good of everybody wanting to use the environment. But we're lucky in Plymouth because we don't have very many forecasts which are poor. I think you might get 6 or 7 a year at East and West Ho, something of that order. And we haven't really got enough data to get Firestone Bay up and running, but it's somewhere of that order. It's not that high. So it's, yeah, every day's a pretty good day in Plymouth.
Are the forecasts accurate, or are they like the weather forecasts? A bit awry sometimes in the UK.
What we do is a really interesting point, because this is really, really serious, because if you sold an ice cream pitch to somebody and they're selling ice creams and all of a sudden we're forecasting the water quality is going to be awful, they could turn around and say, well, hang on a minute, everybody's disappeared or my customers have gone. So we have to we try and get it over 85% right. And the monitoring that we do, we validate that, and we do spend quite a bit of time and effort on it. People seem to like the service, and that's why we keep doing it.
Good. Councillor Tothan.
Thank you, Chair. Very good presentation today, actually. The water is very complex, as we all know, especially drinking water sometimes. You have thousands and thousands of options. Oh, a bit closer, a little bit closer. I have to say I'm one of the crazy guys who goes in all the time in water, and I cannot afford a wetsuit, so I'm using my natural one. But I'm well insulated, guys, so don't worry about absolutely anything. A few of my clients saying, sometimes if I see a well, I know it's you. But let's not go into more details than that. I like the fact all the presentations, they were like sort of linked together. We're working on one side, and so on and so forth. The feeling I have, I might be wrong, you are very, very close. You're working in a very collaborative way with Southwest Water. This is the feeling I have. But also I have something else in my head. It's about the teeth. Obviously you, Frank and Bruce, you both have the teeth. What measures do you have in place if Southwest Water is not doing what they're saying they're doing, and you find, in terms of, obviously you understand, nothing is perfect, in terms of warnings, in terms of fines, in terms of, obviously, making the public aware what's going on? And also, what other measures do you have in place to say to Southwest Water, as a regulator, with lots of teeth, you know, strong, saying, I'm happy you're putting £3 billion in this, building this, but I want more. This is not enough. So what measures do you have in place, please?
It's a really good question. And Alan actually talked about categories of pollution. And he talked about 1 to 4. So if you think about somebody who falls sick, a category 1 is like somebody going to A&E. It's the worst. So we will prioritise our work on category 1s, somebody coming into A&E. We will do that. Category 2, not quite so bad. Category 3 is ring 101. Category 4 perhaps is go to the pharmacist. So when we get a category 1 or category 2, there's normally a public interest test. Okay, and we will look then at the performance of any water company, not just Southwest Water, and we will take a hard line. So we're taking on 500 more regulators, and what you will see is by this time next year up to 4,000 more inspections on sewage assets nationally, and within probably 2 years goes up to 10,000. So we are advertising at the moment. It's a water transformation project. So you will see the Environment Agency not just looking at sewage outfalls and the quality of that, but also the frequency. So there's no let up in the amount of regulatory work that we're going to be doing with water companies. It's higher on our agenda than we've ever been. We do that, we produce case files and we put those in front of the courts, and there's been multi-million-pound fines. But today what we're talking about is more about how can we work together collaboratively around the city of Plymouth. But it doesn't mean that we haven't prosecuted Southwest Water for offences, locally. That does happen, but we have a grown-up relationship on that.
There's always one in the room that wants to govern with an iron fist, and it's usually Councillor Tofan. Councillor Riley.
Hi, thank you. I'm going to have to change my glasses because my eyes are also rubbish. So the ward that I represent has a really strong community. I've sat with Southwest Water with that community, and we have Ernesettle and Budshead Creek. 3 years ago, Budshead Creek was a dead watercourse where there was no life at all in there. And West Country River Trust had a project to clean up the creek for 3 years. They trained the community activists to test the water, and the water now sits at a number 8, and I believe a 10 is of concern. There's small amounts of life being noted now, but there's still a way to go, and obviously there's things within Budshead Wood and Ernesettle where manholes are not, the concrete is blown, and then obviously the sewage gets taken in. We can't really afford that in this area now that we've built it up, and obviously West Country have gone now. Ernesettle has many issues from surrounding factories, chemicals, and there is also a lot of sewage on pathways leading to the creek, which I have sat with Southwest Water for before. I have had this discussion. So I just wonder, I don't know if this is the right place to ask, Chair, but we see that existing investment is in the business plan for infrastructure and drainage, but wondered if we could get some reassurance that it will be prioritised with, in accordance with ambitions for the Memorandum of Understanding.
Thanks, Councillor Riley. Lawrence Cordrick, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I was just going to come in. I'm not sure quite how much detail was circulated, but sort of I'm here on behalf of Tamar Catchment Partnership, but my job is as CEO of West Country Rivers Trust. So, just thought it might be worth coming in. I just wanted to say that sort of it's the work that was done in that area on Plymouth River Keepers was following an enforcement undertaking, sort of from a fine from of enforcement undertaking from South West Water for a previous incident. And the whole point of the project, which I'm really pleased about, is to empower the community to start looking at their river. So it wasn't sort of seen as, and I've lived in enough places where the river's the dump, it's the place where you throw things, whereas I'm really pleased there's a greater level of empowerment and engagement. As a charity, we're 95% project funded. So it's always challenging when a period ends, which is why we try and work with the community to extend it. We're actively looking for funding to continue activities, as I'm sure you're aware. So it's just great seeing that level of interest.
Thank you. Alan, did you want to have did either of you want to have a go at answering Councillor Riley's question?
I'm aware of some of the issues that we've had in that particular area. I suppose this is where we need to think about how do we join up some of these things. We can't look at these things in isolation. So I talked earlier about customer behaviour and making sure we just put the 3 Ps down the loo and nothing else. I've talked about the fats, oils and greases campaigns that we do, and those in their own right, if they're not managed properly, can block the sewer. We've talked about the what we can do to reduce storm overflows. Part of that might be to increase capacity in certain areas in order to move water from one place to another to stop those storm overflows from operating. And then there's the wider picture around what do we do with the, I think I've got this right, Mark, correct me if I'm wrong, the 5 strategic sewage treatment works that we've got in Plymouth, and there will be some investment that will need to be done across those over a period of time, but that will be longer investment to increase the capacity of those particular sewage treatment works in order to accommodate the known growth that will be happening within Plymouth following your local plan and the housing predictions as well.
I was just going to, before we come back, because we'll use your Councillor Riley's example as an example to inform the day's events. We're just not meant to pick up on individual sort of community casework in this function. But by all means, when we go through members' recommendations later and we draft them together, Councillor Riley, we can pick up on that as an example, as something to action or recommend from scrutiny. So did you want to come back, having me said that? Did you want to come back at all?
Yeah, so I don't think it was casework, sorry, Chair, but I just wanted to kind of, obviously it's an area where there is forms of deprivation, and having, you know, something like that around is really good for people who can't necessarily afford to take themselves to a seaside somewhere to enjoy stuff. They've got it on their doorstep. So if we've got sewage on pathways and things like that, I think that's quite a priority to allow people to be able to. I wouldn't let my children walk down a path that I knew had sewage on it. That was kind of my point. Thank you.
Good point. So right, I've got 2 questions left. Councillor Rainsford, I've got you down.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple of linked questions which are about prevention, ideally. I've heard about the partnerships, which are great, but we're facing huge challenges. We've got a system that is Victorian in places, wasn't built for the climate issues we're facing now, nor the population levels that we're facing now. So could I ask what steps are being taken to ensure new developments, both industrial and residential properties, are being developed in a way that separates runoff water from sewage in the first place, so they're separate systems, and what steps can be taken to encourage developers to use materials that are more permeable, for example, in driveways and things, to ensure that water has a place to go rather than just simply running off concrete. That's the first part. Sorry, Chair. I mean, probably it's Council. Kat Deeney, please.
Thank you. So Frank and I were just discussing when we started, 'cause we used to work together at the EA, and have worked together on planning for a long time, when we actually started to look for developers to split surface, and we were trying to remember, weren't we? I think it was about 2005 we came up with. So in terms of what we do now, very much with the major developments, if you go back to our Plymouth and South Devon joint local plan, the key allocated sites, you'll see almost on all of them a requirement to deliver sustainable urban drainage systems. So I had a quick look this morning, it's about 27 points in the joint local plan where it talks about sustainable urban drainage coming in on those major sites. So anything where you're seeing new areas of housing, that will very much be a focus, and it links in with water quality, but also obviously flood risk. So if you go up to any of the new sites, what we're hoping you'll see is open, beautiful nature features, and where they can't, there will definitely be some kind of system to separate that surface and foul. I think one of the areas that is really interesting, and Frank might want to add to this, is where it's not easy to introduce a separation. So in our really built up areas like the city centre, that's obviously not easy just to create a huge new pond or something. And therefore there's been a really good working around how do we proactively plan for that in the future? How do we think about putting in new surface features that might not be available now, but we're thinking about when development comes forward? I don't know if you want to talk about city centre a bit more on that.
Yeah, I can do. I might start though with the right to connect, and that still exists, that developers are allowed to connect into the combined system with surface water, which pains me still. It's not ideal nationally that that exists, but it does. So from a development perspective, the council as lead local flood authority have the steer, and we'll look at all major planning applications and scrutinise that for surface water drainage standards. That surface water will always go to a separate outfall. However, it may end up going into a combined system. And the city centre example is a good one because we've got the vision and the jigsaw pieces I spoke about with with Old Town Street and that area, the work that's happening is a jigsaw piece, and our aim is that we'll pick up surface water from those developments, and it will be easier because there is one surface water pipe from a building that has been separated, and we can just plumb that in. So in areas of growth, I think we've got enough steps in place, even though there may not be a surface water sewer at this very time to plumb into. The developments are being designed to be able to have that retrofitted into them. It's not so easy in areas where there's not a lot of sort of change in growth, and that's where, it's another area of focus for the future.
If I could just build on that. So it's actually been since the 1970s where properties were required as new builds to separate foul sewage and surface water. And so actually there's 50 years worth of developments out there, in a lot of cases, which join at the last manhole, and it's really annoying. But what we are finding now is that there are lots of opportunities to put surface water sewers in, create a pathway for that surface water, and it's a bit like join the dots. You pick up all these different estates that have been built over the years and separate that surface water. That in itself isn't a kind of nirvana scenario, unfortunately, because what we've also seen over time is that properties have expanded. They put patios out the back and things of that nature, or they put washing machines in the kitchen and things like that. And plumbing hasn't necessarily gone the right way, and they haven't connected it up to the right ones in the right way. And so there's a phrase we all use called misconnections, which is where properties are actually connected a foul discharge into a surface water sewer or surface water into a foul sewer. So there's quite a bit there in how do we police that and how do we manage that to make sure that doesn't happen. But it is a scenario and a real challenge. But this ability to go down and pick up the estates is certainly something we're looking very closely at. It's certainly something we want to do as we look at this £3 billion, and we're going to be spending it. The more we can take that surface water out, the better. Now, the other area is what is called I'm going to go really technical now, Schedule 3 of the Floods and Water Management Act. So the Floods and Water Management Act was 2011, so 13 years ago. There's a schedule within that which was to do with SUDS and the use of SUDS and the creation of SUDS authorisation bodies who would manage, and therefore it would be soft green solutions in the developments. Now, the good developers already put SUDS in place, but not all developers do that. And Schedule 3 has been talked about being enacted for 13 years now. It is in the government's plan to have it enacted in the next 12 months. I'm kind of not holding my breath, but it's in their plan, and I'm really pleased it's in their plan because they are focusing on it. If that is enacted, then that will give yourselves the power around SUDS on developments, and it will then be clear about maintenance and how those are maintained into the future. So that's something we're all waiting to be enacted.
Okay, great. Quick follow-up?
Yes, if I could quickly come back on that last point, because that clearly the need for Schedule 3 to be enacted is important. Everybody was nodding. So perhaps we could have a recommendation that we'd like to see that happen. But in terms of, if I can just do the other bit of the prevention, which was about fatbergs and wet wipes and all those sorts of things. And I do know that all the water companies are trying to encourage people to behave responsibly, but a lot of people are really still completely unaware that chucking fat down the sink can have, and wet wipes and everything else, can have disastrous consequences and huge costs to ultimately the customer. So can I ask what you can do as a partnership, as a collaborative group, to better educate we the customers and the commercial outlets? Thank you.
Yeah, we've got some really good practice that we developed with Newquay Town Council on the back of the board masters from last year, where we'd actually developed a material which enabled people who were visiting Newquay to actually start seeing stuff as they entered the town, which was, you know, we're all here to enjoy the wonderful beaches and the wonderful environment. This is what you can do to help, etc. We've got lots of promotional material. The key is, how do we nudge behaviour? And behavioural change is a really difficult thing to do, because some people do not necessarily see, quite rightly, the connection between their actions and what happens in the environment. So it's absolutely a partnership thing, and it needs to be done through a variety of communication channels. But we have got some good practice that we can build upon for Newquay. We were also talking recently with Torbay Authority about doing some work within particular catchments, draining onto some beaches as well, where some of the bathing water quality isn't where we would like it to be. So that's definitely something that we can consider.
Chair, through you, could I come in on that one? Thank you. So I think it's a really good question, Alison, and you know, I think that influencing role is something that the council can continue to play an even stronger part in. I think, you know, there's various organisations that can help spread that message, but on a lot of topics, the council is seen by the public as a trusted organisation. I mentioned briefly in my introduction about the Building Resilience in Communities initiative. So this is a relatively small scale project, but one I think that we can continue to amplify in terms of our communications. So there's a team that work in the Street Services Department with Kat and myself, who essentially are focused in two target areas at the moment, St Leven and around Trefusis Park in Efton Lipson, but also bordering onto Compton. And a lot of that work is looking at longer term solutions, but primarily its starting point is around communities. And so helping communities better understand what they can do in their own front gardens, for instance, whether that's lifting a slab or making use of water butts to help look at the storage of water. They've been going to more and more public events as well. I took my daughter to one in Plymouth, which involved reusing household containers as mini water butts to try and get children talking about those kind of behaviour changes. And I can certainly take away from today really trying to encourage the more corporate comms across the council to be spreading those messages even more clearly. Also specifically on the wipes question as well, I've been to visit some of the water treatment sites in Plymouth, and wipes comes up quite often. And as some of you will know, maybe primarily in the Labour group here, I've got a 2-year-old myself, and we're very passionate as a household around reusable wipes and nappies. And one of the things that I've asked Street Services to do is to look at how we can better encourage the wider public to support that choice. And actually, there's probably some financial benefit to South West Water if more and more people in the population the size of Plymouth did that. So, I'd love to have a conversation with South West Water about maybe a collaboration specifically on that, so we can bring down the number of households unnecessarily using those single-use materials, but particularly flushing them down the toilet and causing those infrastructure challenges as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Just come in very quickly.
Just very quickly.
There is a bill going through Parliament to look at banning wet wipes, and we're very supportive of that, and I do hope it succeeds in going through.
Councillor Penrose.
Thank you, Chair. This is really just a quickie to add on into this last cluster of issues we've been discussing. Every time I walk round my neighbourhood, Compton, I seem to be tripping over builders put concreting over drives. And I think this is part of the whole issue we're talking about. I mean, I know Brick's doing a great job, but can we do more sort of with the people who are providing these services to ensure that, there are alternatives to concreting over drives? I know it's a parking problem, basically, and so we've got to think holistically about the whole set of problems. But I think it's people not being aware of just, okay, it's all right if I do it, but if a whole street's doing it. And so sort of what can we sort of fit this into our planning policies a bit more definitely? Thank you, Chair.
Yes, I completely agree with everything you just said, Alison. So, the brickwork is the small-scale pilots that will hopefully inform the whole city. And, I'm particularly familiar with the St Leven's side because it also falls in the ward. But one of the tasks that they're doing around that is knocking on every single house on a particular street and really trying to use that as a kind of best-case example of what people can really do. And we'll certainly be highlighting that. In terms of the planning side of it, planning and strategic planning more widely, but also, the planning system within us as a local authority is definitely something that we'll be continuing to review as part of the plan for water, which comes in the memorandum of understanding. So, I'd love to see further work on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. If it's okay with members, I think that signals the end of the questions, but I did want to sort of grab 5 minutes, or we did, with you to capture your recommendations this morning. So can I thank everybody? So Councillor Bryers-Dell, Kat Deeney from Plymouth City Council, Bruce Newport, Frank Newell from the Environment Agency, South West Water's Alan Burrows, and Mark Walsford, and Tamar Catchment's Lawrence Couldrick. Thanks so much for your preparations, presentations, etc. And for some of you, I think we look forward to receiving your slides and the follow-up. And thank you. Good to see you. We've got until 12:45, so we've got 5 minutes just to scoop up if we want to make any recommendations, and so we'll do that in a couple of minutes. Right, colleagues, the video and audio is still on, so we're still live in a meeting. And what I wanted to do was we feel we captured a couple of things that you said, Councillor Rise. It was an exemplar there, and I just now want to sort of crystallise the wording and agree among us what we're going to put forward, as opposed to waiting 4 hours and doing it at the end of the day. I just think it's better now. We've got a couple of minutes. Can I start, Councillor Rainsford? You mentioned Section 3. We think we've captured that, but I just want to capture the wording, and Hannah does as well.
So I just thought the best way to try and to encourage the enactment of Schedule 3 would be to contact the relevant minister. So I've write a letter to the relevant minister, obviously I'll insert the correct person there, to ask that Schedule 3 to the Flood and Water Management Act of 2010 is enacted in England, which is similar to the recommendation that was in the report.
Yeah, I think I would say, you know, can he give a date when he expects that to be put? Because, you know, when is it going to be enacted, rather than sort of an open-ended thing.
Opens it yet?
See if you can get him to come up with something. He won't, but it's worth a try. And sorry, the second point we haven't discussed, but it's actually on in the recommendations and reasons bit. If I can raise that now, it says it needs an enhanced approach to delivery. I don't think enhanced on its own is strong enough. I'd like to see enhanced and urgent approach to delivery.
Okay.
Fine. Yeah. Sure. Councillor Riley, we were trying to pick up your exemplar because it's important, and I want to give it generic language, not specifically. Yeah. So what it was around the sewage being washed up, was it?
Yeah, so it's in the business plan, in the investment for infrastructure and pipe work and all of that sort of stuff. I'm just thinking that, you know, could we have that as a priority in the MOU?
So it's a prioritisation of that theme.
Prioritisation of sewage cleanup. I can always speak to Kat.
Kat heard it as well. It was just to crystallise that and make sure that what you're saying is we apply that as a priority across.
Well, yeah, because that exact conversation, and I know it was localisation, we weren't supposed to do that, but I had that conversation with them over a year ago. So I just think if we could have it sort of cemented in, that it would be more likely to be done.
No, you were right to raise it. It's just I wanted it to be an exemplar. Otherwise, it could be pushed back.
So just to be clear, to recommend that South West Water make sewage cleanup a priority in their improvement plan. Yep.
One for Councillor Tuffin. You talked to they touched upon it at the end, but it was around communication, education from Plymouth City Council for the. I call them sort of easy wins. It's a bit like nudge theory, you know, when you sort of get 1 million people pushed forward by a yard and you get a wonderful result. So it was kind of the communication and education. We often put that in scrutiny recommendations, so I wanted something a little bit more robust or specific. But it was that.
I think it was mostly meant for Bruce, because I thought the information was available, but I don't think it was freely available. Okay. So the concern was that they have to my mind, their job is to inform the public. It's not to inform us, it's not to inform each other. Yep. It's to inform the public. So a recommendation around finding ways to make all the information available to the public.
Yep.
Plymouth public in particular. Does that?
Yes.
Of course.
Part of the issue seems to be the timescale that people get this information as well. Yeah. So make that information available promptly, quickly. I don't. Yeah. It's just that there is obviously a time lag for some of this stuff, and people get to the waterfront and find they can't swim.
There's a time lag between when they get it and Plymouth Council publish it, which, you know, in this day and age, it seems
but that
you have that time lag.
That also means that the signs that we put up are delayed, and I didn't get a chance to ask him about what the time lag is between being told.
I was going to come in on the signs as well, because I think for many it is still a hidden issue, and I can't even tell you, being a regular swimmer, where those signs are.
Yeah.
So I think there is potential to, I know we're meeting our statutory requirements, but to go beyond that, to say, should there be more signage indicating bathing water quality, and maybe lifetime feedback as well? Do we investigate whether those should be digital screens?
I mean, it comes back, I completely agree, on the communications education front, I mean, many of us are passionate about this, but we're just not educated, and we don't have time, you know, like we work long working weeks and things, you know, you just don't have time to get across what you can do. And I think it was Brick, you know, this sort of individual resilience plan, if they could just publish widely, all of the agencies together, like an IT firm does Patch Tuesday, right? Microsoft. So every first Tuesday of every month or second Tuesday of every month, it pumps out what the security patches are. The whole world watches this stuff, right? And then they go and do it. So, like, why don't these agencies co-communicate? What are the 5 wins this month about wet wipes? About using, I mean, so much data uses so much water and water storage for IT data, right? Is no one really realised. Not many people realise that, and that's one of the biggest things impacting climate change going into. So just use your mobile phone less, use the cloud less. You know, 2 hours less a week. All these things we can do, but I think it's about the city council leading the communication and then sort of sharing it out with the others, because their regulators have got to be a little bit more anodyne in how they communicate.
So,
does that make sense? No. better communication.
Yes. To follow on from what Councillor Tuffin said, I've got a recommendation around to make water quality data more available to the public at the earliest opportunity, if not live data, and then you've talked a lot about education, whereas Councillor McLeod was talking about signage. So do you want to kind of incorporate that into one split part? So improve signage on, yeah.
Just that little bit. I think those are separate.
Yeah.
I think the education is really key. Yeah. And one of the things, maybe something you just said, Councillor Bingley, was, I mean, we've got these 3 major partners in the MOU, and we've got to keep it focused and tight. But I think the people who are going to deliver on this communication and education are people like Brick and others. And so I think there should be something built in that brings in, you know, a conscious effort to bring in partners and increase the impact of what they're doing through collaboration. So that's a bit more stronger wording about bringing in others all the way through so that they can see what's being done and they're involved in, I don't know if we can come on to this later, but whether there's actually an action plan. You know, it's all very nice, but are we actually sticking to particular targets?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we've got that being sort of communication, education. I mean, it's just what you're saying is almost the equivalent of that we have this sort of Plymouth Growth Board. It's not this committee. The growth board of the bigger businesses, the big stakeholders in the city, sit down on a meeting once a month or a Teams call and decide what the priority is. That short-term priority is pretty similar to that. But anyway, I think you've captured that. The signage is separate, definitely.
We might consider Plymouth. I mean, if this.
We don't want to overwhelm with recommendations because they'll boot them all away. So, are we missing anything glaring, or should we proceed to the afternoon? Right, I've got us back at 1:15 on the schedule. Is that okay, or do you need another 5 minutes? 1:15 here. All right. You 1:20? That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
at least four quick presentations sort of coming up. And we do have someone coming at sort of 2 p.m. who's going to have to present at 2 p.m. So we might need to sort of juggle one or two around. But let me welcome Professor Richard Thompson, University of Plymouth, and ask him to present. And we'll do questions at the end of all of the presentations. Thank you. Welcome, Richard.
How's that? Yeah, thank you. So listen, thank you for inviting me. I'm Richard Thompson. I'm Professor of Marine Biology at the University of Plymouth, but I've been working on microplastics actually since before anybody described them as microplastics. This is a whistle-stop tour and hopefully kind of to whet your appetite for some questions, because it's difficult to know exactly what's going to be the most relevant, particularly at a local as opposed to national or international level, in terms of the ways forward, the solutions. So hopefully this prompts some questions rather than answers everything. I want to kind of cover what the microplastics are, the impacts, the sources, where they move about in the environment, what the solutions might be. Next slide, please. So actually, I think first of all, I want to emphasize this is a Plymouth story. This is the first paper in 2004 to use the term microplastics. It was published here by me at the university. Since then, there have been over 7,000 publications worldwide on the topic. The word now appears in the Oxford, Cambridge, and Collins dictionaries, and it was word of the year in Spain a couple of years ago. So everything that I'm going to present this afternoon is actually work that was predominantly done or led locally. So that was the first paper on microplastics, and you see in it work with the MBA, looking at historical trends. A lot of the samples that were collected were relatively local sites to where we're sitting here today. Next slide, please. So what are microplastics? Well, in that first paper, the pieces we described, you would need a microscope to see them. They were truly microscopic. They were down to pieces less than the diameter of a human hair, smaller than anybody had identified plastic litter before. Now, in the policy arena, there was a need to add a formal definition to this so you can start to regulate it. And moves in the US, but subsequently followed by the EU, decided on a formal definition of microplastics as being anything less than 5 millimeters, which is no longer requiring a microscope to see it. It's bits that you could see, you know, in this Petri dish. Maybe not so miraculous, but the reason that policy chose that is because they believed that these smaller pieces presented different kinds of risk. They were more likely to be eaten by a greater range of creatures rather than the entanglement of creatures that we often see in the media reports. Microplastics are very diverse. It's not one thing, as you might see in the media, it's many things. So in this illustration, I've got the red box top left. Those are fragments taken from the River Tamar, all in the microplastic size range. They're all fragments of larger items, and I've put it in red because that's one of the major sources of microplastics. It's big things we're familiar with, bottles, bags, crisp packets, breaking down in the environment once they've already become litter into smaller and smaller stuff. And I highlight that because in effect, some of the actions we can take to reduce microplastic are the same actions that we need to take on the bigger items of litter, because those big items will be the microplastics of tomorrow. Alongside that, on the top row, we've got the microbeads from cosmetics. I brought some of those along. I don't know if you want to circulate those around. All of this lot, and it can be up to 3 million pieces, was in this single container, okay? And it was evidence from the University of Plymouth that led to the UK legislation to prohibit those in rinse-off cosmetics. And we now see that if you later want to compare two products, the same product, one before the ban, one after the ban, you'll see that the polyethylene has disappeared from it, and that's been followed internationally. So we've got microbeads in cosmetics. Bottom left, you've got fibers from clothing, and bottom right, you've got particles of tire wear. So it's really diverse, and actions, don't forget or dismiss actions on bigger pieces rather than the smaller stuff, which may be harder for us to deal with at a local level. Next slide, please. Important to remember that even these microplastics are part of a continuum. So in the middle, the bits from the Tamar I spoke about a moment ago, larger bits, some pieces of the plastic litter so big you can see them from space. That is the tail cone of a space rocket, in fact. But those big bits will break down into small bits. Far right-hand side, nanoparticles of plastic We believe those are out there in the environment too, in incredibly large quantities through this breakdown process, but they're currently too small for us to resolve and confirm their presence. Next slide. In terms of engagement with organisms, interaction, that's really widely demonstrated. Here are two studies of ours. Firstly, with mussels, you sort of mole frit, small fluorescent particles there in a lab experiment showing not just in this case the ingestion of those small particles, which is maybe not too surprising, but for the first time that study actually showed that these very small particles could pass from the gut, from the intestine if you like, into the circulatory system, and from there to the other organs in that marine mollusk. The picture on the right is a scallop collected by a diver in Plymouth Sound. A similar kind of experiment here with nanoparticles showing the distribution of nanoparticles in a scallop after 6 hours of being in a fish tank with what we believe to be an environmentally realistic concentration of nanoparticles based on local environmental concentrations. That's difficult to be certain of because, as I say, we can't detect them in the environment, they're too small, but we can predict their concentrations. So you've got rapid uptake by creatures. Next slide. And there's evidence of harm. There are whole reports on harm that if you're interested in, I can certainly circulate to you. This is one with locally sourced lugworms. The anglers may have used them as bait. And it shows that 1% of plastic mixed with 99% clean sand can basically compromise the ability of those worms to gain goodness from their food, to put on weight in the normal way. And that will have long-term consequences for their growth and reproductive output. And I think it is important to think about these long-term consequences. This isn't a highly toxic substance that's going to cause death overnight. We use plastics all around us every day. It's more about these long-term chronic effects of exposure to these small pieces. Next slide. What are the solutions? They are all around things we've been familiar with. Reduce, reuse, recycle came in as a phrase, for a series of phrases, Environment Day 1970. We've made vanishingly little progress towards advancing those, unfortunately. There are some things you can ban, but we can't ban plastics from our lives. We can try and reuse, and we're reusing shopping bags and crates now. Recycling, we're doing a better job of collecting it, but unfortunately, very few products are designed with recycling in mind, and so that's creating a challenge even if you collect the stuff. And those two bottles that I illustrate there on the far right are a classic example of a polymer that's highly recyclable in theory, but if you at the design stage include a colouring in it, it renders it not impossible to recycle, but economically challenging to recycle. And I highlight these bigger items because, as I say, if they enter the environment as litter, they will become microplastics. Next slide, please. Here's the example of reduce. The microbeads are circulated that's led to a ban. I mean, in my view, that was a use of small bits of plastic that we didn't need, and so a ban was totally appropriate. You know, the utility to the public was pretty small. The pathway to the environment was really clear. The quantities were big. If we didn't need them in the first place, let's ban them. But there's a limit to the number of plastics we can ban from our lives. Plastics are incredibly beneficial to society. And so we need to do this in a measured way. And as we think about alternative materials, we need to be really confident that we're not just adopting alternatives to plastic, but we're adopting alternatives that are better than plastic. And that's going to require evidence. There's a slight frustration there that the patent on the use of these small bits of plastic in the cosmetics I've circulated was filed 50 years prior to our study. And I do have to ask the question, did nobody in the industry ever wonder where these hundreds of thousands of tons of plastic were going? You know, we will need a better culture of extended producer responsibility. We can't rely on environmental science to keep turning over these stones and then bringing in legislation to kind of retrofit it. We need to design things in a smarter way. Next slide. Textiles from clothing. We know that a garment of clothing can release, a domestic wash load of clothing full of regular garments could release up to 6 million particles to wastewater each time you wash it. So incredible numbers from a domestic load of washing. What do we do about that? Well, at a national level, France is mandating filters in washing machines. We've tested a range of different devices you can use in washing machines, including the one that I'll circulate just now. I mean, some of them had no effect whatsoever, and yet they're being marketed as a solution. And this is a big concern to me, that as we see the heat turned up on plastic as a problem, people may bring in solutions that are not properly tested. So we've got washing machine filters, going to be law in France, discussion in the UK. Some advocate wastewater treatment. Wastewater treatment will screen out the plastics, the microplastics as well, down to a certain size. Problem is, what do you do with it then? You've got a solid sludge, and in many locations, the practice is to return that to the land, which is useful in terms of circular use of the organic material that's there. But it's kind of pointless in terms of catching the microplastic and then spreading them back on a field. So to me, the key place you really need to intervene is not locally or nationally, it's internationally, with measures to design better clothing. Because the studies we've done show that there can be up to an 80% difference between two current garments that I might buy in the shopping centre locally and wash them. So here, I think there's an action on us maybe to work with our members of parliament to push for international regulation and around some of these standards, because we're going to struggle to do anything locally. Even if we improve wastewater treatment, half of all the emissions from clothing come while you're wearing the clothes, not while you're walking, not while you're washing them. Next slide, please. We've got this immense opportunity now to put pressure via the UN Plastic Pollution Treaty. 175 nations have signed up to it. Here you see the discussion on microplastics amongst those nations at the INC discussions in Paris. So it's very much on the floor at the minute for discussion. Getting those 175 nations to agree on anything is going to be challenging, but I do think there's a role here for us to push through our MPs at a national level for what the UK needs to be aspiring for, and DEFRA is the main agent in that. Next slide, please. Locally, coming back to some of the sources, this is work we've done on tyre wear particles. Every time you drive along the road, you put the brakes on. Well, it's obvious every time you need to replace your car tyres, right? They've worn down, and all of those particles are going into the environment. There's some of the dust that comes from them. If I were to bring into the room, and I nearly did, but decided it was too much to carry, the amount of dust generated each time you need to change 4 car tyres, it's about like my rucksack here. It's 4 or 5 kilos of dust from every car each time you need to change 4 car tyres. So it's quite substantial, and the toxicology work we've been doing shows that these are potentially of high concern because they weren't really imagined that they were going to come into contact with creatures. They were put on a car, right? So the substances that are in them that are put there with good reason are not necessarily the things we'd want to see entering the River Plym and the Tamar, which is where we've done some of our work. We've shown they wash in considerable quantities from highways when it rains directly into watercourses. That's the first histogram bar there, and that was done locally. They're also going via wastewater treatment into watercourses. So wastewater treatment is screening some out. The key thing to look between bar 1 on the left and bar 2 in the middle is the difference in scale. The quantities entering via wastewater treatment per litre of water is orders of magnitude lower than the quantities entering via direct runoff of untreated water from the roads. And then finally, they're also going up as dust into the air and settling back down onto the land and onto the ocean. So there's a considerable concern there. We don't know where the best intervention is. I suspect tyre design is going to be important, but it's also vehicle maintenance and driver behaviour. If you're a young boy racer, as it were, slamming your brakes on and hurtling around corners, you're going to generate particles more quickly. Next slide, please. Just to confirm to you, these are the local sites. Got one under the Tamar Bridge. We've got a water sampling station just down from Lyra Bridge, and we've got a boat out in Plymouth Sound there, sampling tyre particles. This is ongoing work at the minute. Next one. Another potential source of concern to me, particularly in a region where agriculture is quite important to us, and also fisheries, is the use of plastics in agriculture and fisheries. Here we're testing some plastics described as being biodegradable that are used as mulch films that are put over crops to help them grow earlier in the season. Do they actually biodegrade at a rate that's sufficiently fast for them to be applied each year and not removed? So these are tests in the soil, in the sea, in the air, and a final category where we expose them to the sunlight for a growing season and then bury them to simulate them being ploughed in. Next slide, please. This is after 12 months. And you notice that most of those pieces of plastic are still fairly intact. There was only one sample, very bottom right, that has disappeared out of all those combinations that we tested. Now, 12 months might not sound very much, but if you're a farmer using these annually, that's an annual growing cycle. And the one that had disappeared hadn't disappeared in the farmer's field, it disappeared down in the seawater at the Barbican. And it may have been actually that it was consumed by very small crustaceans, water fleas, if you like, rather than it actually biodegraded. So there's a lot of questions, I think, to be asked around some of these alternative materials. And it's not that they don't biodegrade more quickly, it's do they biodegrade fast enough? Next one. A nod to recycling, which of course has great potential, but we've got to design things with recyclability in mind. We have the benefit of excellent collection separation, but it's an immense cost. And we talk about plastics as being cheap. Well, they're not cheap when you consider all of those costs that fall on the local authority and the residents. Those are the external costs of us wanting the convenience of those plastic single-use items. And there is a need to readdress who bears the cost, those costs. Should it not fall, to some extent, more greatly on the producers of those plastic items rather than on the consumer? And there's a challenge here to design for recyclability. Next slide. I include the next one just in case you ever get complaints about the local curbside collection. This is another one of my study sites. That's the curbside collection in Indonesia. There is no curbside collection, so the local residents are reliant on a river to carry their plastic away. We're actually very fortunate with the level of services we've got, but we are compromised by poor design. Next one, please. Here's something I would argue we shouldn't try to do. This is a cleanup device installed in the Barbican called a C-bin. We need our solutions to be upstream. We need to focus on better design rather than trying to clean up later. We tested the efficiency of this device. After 3 days, it had collected a substantial amount of seaweed, which you see in the second picture. It had collected a bucket full of fish, mainly sand eels, the majority of which were now dead. And it collected a very small quantity of plastic. That's the far right. If I put all of that plastic together, it's less than the weight of one small lemonade bottle, like the ones you were looking at in the previous picture. It's taken energy and human effort to empty and to keep it running. It's collected very little plastic, and I'd argue it's done environmental harm. Next slide, please. In terms of local work, we've been monitoring river catchments as part of a project jointly with Plymouth City Council, the Interreg project preventing plastic pollution. Maybe there's a way that we can use that existing previous monitoring to set up monitoring sites, and the Environment Agency have been interested in perhaps using the Tamar catchment as a reference catchment along with another catchment in a more heavily urbanised area and up in the northwest of England. We're yet to find out whether that's something they'll fund. I think here in terms of water quality, there's questions we want to ask about where do we need to monitor? You know, if it's microbeads in cosmetics that I've passed around, well, the place to monitor those is on the supermarket shelf because we've got legislation to say they shouldn't be there. We don't need to try and find them again in Plymouth Sound. Possibly the same with the tyre particles. We need to monitor them leaving the roads. We need to monitor and test tyres. Similar with the clothing. So there is a role for environmental monitoring, but the further you go from the source, the more decoupled it is from the intervention, and the harder it's going to be for us to see whether interventions are working. So I'm not arguing against us sampling Plymouth Sound and sampling the waters for microplastics. We should, but I think we're going to be disappointed at the results unless we do it in parallel with monitoring of interventions close to source. Whatever the intervention is, the closer to the source you can measure it. You know, if it's wastewater treatment intervention, we need to monitor what comes out of the wastewater treatment before and after the intervention. If it's something on a supermarket shelf, we need to act there. So we need to think about how to and this is a different strategy to previous counting of marine litter, which has often been beach cleans, which are very effective at cleaning. They generate data, but it's going to be a very noisy signal if we're looking for answers. Next slide, please. So that's it really for me. I think I want to say that this stuff in the environment, the debris there, including the microplastic, is actually a symptom of the problem. It's a symptom of an outdated business model of linear use of fossil oil and gas through single-use applications, very short timescales, to very persistent waste, whether that waste is large or small. And it could be, if we're not careful, coupled with, or it could be aggravated by solutions that have not been properly tested. There's evidence of impact, so I could talk about them all day, but we haven't got time. There's evidence of solutions, but no single solution. I do think it's about focusing on making products that work but that they're also compatible with end of life and that are not releasing lots of particles while we use them. If we do that, there's an awful lot of synergy because we're using the world's resources more efficiently and we're generating less waste. There's an opportunity at the moment because we've got lots of current interest in it, including an international treaty signed by 170 plus nations. I think it's a problem we can solve, but we've got to work together on it. And I suppose I'm bound to say this, the science is going to be pretty crucial in guiding us forward. Next slide is, yeah, I have finished that. That's a link to our web pages, and I've brought along some leaflets if you want more information with the web link in. And if you put the next slide up and let it play, I will stop. But this is an animation. You will see it start to happen, I think, in a minute. Done, yes, jointly with Plymouth Marine Lab. Yeah. This is modelling of tyre wear particles from the Tamar and the Plym and where they progress out into the English Channel over a series of several days influenced by the tidal cycle. So, you know, we're no different to any other set of rivers, don't misunderstand me. But these particles, you know, we found microplastics in Arctic ice and in our deepest oceans. So they have the potential to travel a long way from their source. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you, Richard. And thanks for reminding us that we've got such world-class research here in Plymouth. And for at least 2 decades, been leading the world academically in this area. So I think it's incumbent upon us to actually get this more right than other places, if that sounds correct. To lead by example is probably the phrase I'm looking for.
I really hope so. And that's why I enjoy working with the council in their preventing plastic pollution project. So thanks.
Thank you. Are you okay to stick around for a bit? So we do questions at the end of the panel, right? Brilliant. Okay. And Jenny's online, is she? Okay, I was looking around thinking, where's Jenny? I was fluffing around, sort of padding out time. But so Jenny, we welcome you to the Select Committee, and if you're ready, over to you. Thanks for being patient.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yeah. No, not anymore. We could hear you.
Okay, it should work now. But first of all, I just want to say that Emily, who was originally going to be the youth representative, sends her apologies. She unfortunately couldn't make it last minute, so that's why I'm here instead. My name is Jenny, and I work at the Ocean Conservation Trust, which looks after the National Marine Aquarium here in Plymouth. So I am the Ocean Engagement Coordinator at the National Marine Aquarium and Ocean Conservation Trust. And one of the main things that is really important for us is to get people connected with our oceans. It is one of our main mantras, is to try and get people involved with the Plymouth Sound. We're heavily connected with the National Marine Park. I was lucky enough to grow up in Plymouth, and I used to go around to various different beaches around Devon and Cornwall, and that was an incredibly important part of growing up in a coastal city, and I think it's an important part of other young people's experience in a city like Plymouth as well. I used to absolutely love going rock crawling, snorkeling, bodyboarding, anything you can think of, and this is why I actually don't have any official marine biology background. I studied geography at university. It was just something that I was really passionate about. And so instead of studying it in a traditional environment, that is what led me to helping others engage with the ocean the way I was able to when I was younger, growing up in Plymouth. A lot of people, even if they live very close to the coast, don't always have the opportunities to make the most of the water that is around us. So some of the projects that we work on are things like our Blue Mind Hub and Ocean Squad, which is our club for young people and teenagers from 11 to 15-year-olds. And this will become incredibly important in just a moment. But one of our absolute favourite products at the moment is the Blue Mind Hub. We are trialling it at the moment and getting people to form a connection who may find it a bit difficult. At the moment, we are working explicitly with social prescribers to help people who are struggling with mental health to connect to the ocean. And then with our Ocean Squad is our club for 11 to 15-year-olds, where we get them in on Under the Waves at the aquarium, experiencing all the different things to do with the ocean and really forming that initial connection. Unfortunately, in 2023, at least 7 of our snorkeling sessions, which we love running, had to be cancelled due to sewage excess in the water. We do a lot of snorkelling around Mount Batten, sometimes around Firestone Bay. And while 7 sessions might not seem like a lot, in 1 year, that's actually nearly 100 people missing out on trying to get into the water and also fall in love with it and try and learn to protect it. So it's not just something that is beneficial for mental health, it's incredibly important in a sort of cultural and in a heritage way for people who grew up in and around Plymouth. And I think a lot of people sort of feel like being able to recreationally use the water is sort of a right that they should have. And unfortunately, because of excess sewage waste, this was something that did get affected last year. The ocean is really important for so many people in this area, especially young people. And I can see the increasing frustration when we have to tell 15 teenagers we can't get in the sea today. This also directly impacts our goals as a conservation charity, trying to get people to look after our ocean. What our main aim is for a clean and healthy ocean for everyone, so everyone is able to use it and benefit it in some way. So a solution for this, unfortunately, a direct solution for this does fall out of my expertise and knowledge. When we are dealing with upset young people who have had to tell them that they can't get in the sea, we do encourage them to write to council, write to South West Water, and sort of just voice their opinions. I think it is incredibly important that that sort of comes from lots of the younger generation. And also hopefully that will encourage sort of to relook our sewage overflow infrastructure systems so that this does happen less frequently and people can enjoy a happier, healthier ocean for everyone. That's all I have to say at the moment. I'm very sorry. I did have to join quite last minute. Emily was unable to join, but thank you very much.
Thanks, Jenny. And yeah, short and sweet. It's really, really good. As a committee chair, that's star behaviour. So because we were just sort of running slightly behind schedule. So thanks for that. And that's not to say what you said wasn't important, because there's some really important stuff in there. Now I'm gonna. Could you hang online and answer? Are you still there, or is she? Yeah. Could you just hang on?
Sorry, I'm still here.
Sorry, Jenny. Yeah. If you just stay on the call, because we're going to do sort of questions in about 25 minutes time.
Yes, of course.
Is that okay? Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Brilliant. So Elaine, sorry for skipping you there. I was just trying to get back on track, and I thought you might be here till sort of 3 o'clock or something like that. I did hear earlier. No, I'm not asking, but yeah, if we sort of hand over to you. So Elaine Hayes, the CEO of the National Marine Park, for those that don't know. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm hoping that members had a copy of my paper in advance of the committee meeting. I wanted to put my thoughts down on paper because I think it's such an important topic that actually it takes time and energy to reflect on actually what you need to say. So I'm going to dip into that from time to time, but actually I just want to share a few thoughts as well. My approach is very much fact-based, as you can see from what I wrote in my paper. I don't think I can emphasise enough that we really are at a nexus point. And what do I mean by that? I mean that wildlife is diminishing at breakneck speed, climate change is accelerating at breakneck speed, the population across the planet is still growing at breakneck speed, and those things put huge amounts of pressure on everything from pipes to the oceans. Water quality improvements, of which there has been a significant amount in my lifetime, have now stalled. And there are a lot of reasons why we can look at that. But fundamentally, people are responsible for the water quality that they receive. We are the problem and we are the solution. Now, the whole of Plymouth Sound is an ecologically sensitive area. It isn't simply a bathing water, although bathing is really important. It isn't just a place that needs to be protected for birds, for strange fish that nobody's ever heard of, whatever it may be. It's actually important in its own right. And it's not just about E. coli. It's not just about nutrients. It's not just about mercury. It's not just about any single particular pollutant. It's actually about all of them. We also have challenges around not just water quality in terms of nutrients, but we also need to think about physical changes to rivers and systems that actually are causing part of the problem as well. We are not meeting the current standards, and by that I mean our marine protected area does not meet the standard required. And there is a really big question around whether the legislation that we currently have in place is actually fit for purpose. So we could, for example, talk about the 1976 Bathing Waters Directive, and the world has moved on since then. Now, obviously, that is for people beyond us to make those decisions, but I don't think that that legislation, which is what our regulators are required to comply with, actually reflects our modern day situation. I think we need to do more. I think we need to do it faster, and we need to do it better. We need to excel, because if we don't, we are not actually going to address the challenges that we face. So where does this fit with the National Marine Park, you may ask? Well, the job of the National Marine Park is to connect, to amplify, to support, and to innovate. And I think that that is something that the National Marine Park can help and support with through developing water quality. One of the targets within the delivery plan that will be coming forward soon for discussion is that we see 365-day-a-year water quality as important. So we need to look at how we can actually do that. I would like to see Plymouth adopting a source to sea approach. And by that I mean people are the source. And we need to look at all of our river systems as well. We need to look at helping people to do better. You can only make the right decision if you have the right information to hand. So that's education. And then it's also changing behaviours. And that's about generating a desire in people to love their environment, to love the places and the spaces that they live. And that empowerment approach is very much at the heart of the marine citizenship pathway that we will be using through the Horizons project for the National Marine Park. We also need to help people take control. I often think that people feel very powerless against huge topics such as climate change. The planet is warming and you're sat there as an individual. What do I do as an individual? How do we break that down into a way that people can actually take personal action and feel that they actually have a say in that, and allow them to become advocates, allow them to have their say? Moving into looking at catchments, water quality is not a water company problem, it's an everybody problem. We urgently need to work with farmers and landowners. Everyone must be held to account for the way that they pollute our systems. But we shouldn't run away with the idea either that there is a magic wand that can be waved. I think somebody said that earlier on this morning. I'll give you a really simple example. So the National Marine Park is working with partners to restore seagrass beds in Plymouth Sound. I'm sure you've heard about it many times. The home of those veritable pandas of the ocean, the seahorse. But the nutrients coming down our rivers cause algae to grow on the seagrass that kills it. So we can keep replanting the seagrass, but unless we actually deal with some of the problems at source, we're not actually going to really be able to have truly thriving seagrass meadows. The whole of Plymouth Sound is important and deserves improvement. But it isn't all doom and gloom, because nature is both powerful, resilient, wonderful, and can help us resolve our problems. Whether that is through slowing down the flow of water, better managing the flow of water, or changing the flow of water, perhaps arguably back to how it was before we decided that straightening rivers was a good idea. And we need to do a lot more in all these areas, because actually we need to get ahead of our climate change challenges, because we are still running very, very fast to try and catch up with problems that we have had for 20 plus years. At the end of my paper, I propose a suite of things we can do and do now, and I hope you'll find those useful in informing how this committee takes things forward. But in summary, we need to educate, we need to change behaviour. We need to give our natural systems the very best chance to be the best that they can be. We need to work with people and communities to co-design solutions. We need to leverage the power of the National Marine Park. That's in my job description. We need to hold polluters, and I use that term in the broad sense, to account. We need to publicise and we need to advocate for water. And I will just close with the words from the Office for Environmental Protection, so not mine. It is deeply, deeply concerning that adverse environmental trends continue. With the depleted state of our natural environment and the unprecedented pace of climate change, It does seem to many that we are at a crossroads. It's not easy for us to choose the right path and the right trajectory, but we must travel together and pace is needed. So, members of the panel, here is your crossroads. It is your choice to decide what you do. Thank you.
Thanks, Elaine. Excellent. Right. On time, we got magically precise, gentlemen. Welcome to Paul Montgomery and Mark Hinchcliffe. Now, I guess you just want to sort of talk generally about sort of swimming in Plymouth Sound and the water quality, and then we're going to sort of move into questions to all of the panel anyway. Is that what you want to do? But over to you, I think. Just introduce yourselves.
Yeah, I'm Paul Montgomery, obviously my friend Mark here. Really, for me, I just want to talk about the importance of sea swimming. I know people think it's mad, and and they're right, it is. It's something that I never got into. Mark talked me into, and I've never looked back since. I mean, we're in Plymouth here, which I haven't been in the army for 25 years. I've travelled everywhere.
Excuse me, I've just got an intervention. Thank you, Chip.
So, and we live in Plymouth, which having travelled extensively around the world in my military career as well, we are in the best city in the whole of the UK, and hands down, I've been everywhere. Plymouth Sound is the best part of Plymouth, and it's something which I just feel passionate about. For me, swimming, I've got so many things from it, not just the friendship of the people, because we started off with just Mark and I, and it's grown into double figures, just our small group of individual business people. But it's not just the fitness it gives you, because I still can't swim to this day. We haven't done it for a year now. Eyes fins to swim. That's not what it's about. It's about getting into that water. It is a reset button. It's like turning the computer off and on, because what it does for mental health, for the parts that I've served with, for business people who are going through a lot of stress, everything from the second you get into that water just goes away. You think about nothing else. For me, for doctors, they should prescribe people with mental health get into that water, because I know hands down that's going to help, because there's nothing else you think about except that water while you're there. It's just, I can't explain how much it makes you buzz and just turns you around. And we need to get more people into that, into the most beautiful part of the UK. We're not selling it enough. It needs to be done. Now, something which stops us going into that water is the pollutant sometimes, and we get on the app it tells us that they've been pumping sewage into it, or there's been too much over water coming in, and that stops us getting in, and it does affect you when you can't get in. You feel really downhearted. And we're trying to get more people to come into it, and before even all this money from the national lottery trying to get people into it, we've been working at it from the pair of us and grew this group from scratch. And I just cannot, the only thing I can tell you how good it is please join us at 7 o'clock on a Tuesday or a Friday. I know it's madness. I mean, every time I get in, I question it. It's not easy, but that's what makes it brilliant, because you're doing something, whether it's getting up early or whether it's getting that water, it is mental every time you get in. But when you get out of that water, I could put £1,000 bet on anyone who doesn't feel better when they come out. It is just exhilarating. It is the best thing, and it's on our doorstep, and it's free. And the only thing stopping us doing it is pollutants in that water. The weather doesn't bother us, especially when it's icy outside. We love it, taking pictures whenever the icicles are almost hanging off your nose and getting into that water. So the weather doesn't stop us, the rain doesn't stop us, nothing stops us getting in except pollutants in that place. We need not just Plymouthians, but the country to come down here to experience it. And if anything can be done to make that a better place and get us into that water all the time, please do. It's going to change people's lives for the better, and that is a promise.
Yeah, I hate it. This time of year, it's the worst ever. No, yeah, I think Paul's right. Emotionally, everything, it's really good and stress relieving. I was a bit pre-diabetic. It was in June 22. I was with someone at the Dome. They said, shall we swim out to the pontoons tomorrow morning? I swam out. I really liked it. I asked him if he'd come back. He said, go away. I'm not doing that again. So I had another friend who came out with us, and then slowly we built up our group. And there's, in our group now, it's probably about 10 in our group. And we have a bit of a laugh as well. It's a bit funny. We have all had I will say it's dangerous. You didn't really add that. We've all had our issues with the water. And I think the safety down there is pretty good. Actually, the defib was out for a little bit, but there's a defibrillator down there. And I think there's a couple of life rings as well. So, we've never needed to use them, but we have all had our little panic attacks occasionally, especially in the cold water. So, maybe some signage about sea swimming down there. and how safe it is might be, might be something that's good, because there is Christmas Day, there was probably about 50 or 60 people in that water. Some of them never swam before, so, you've got to be a bit careful. But my problem, I think, is with the water quality, it's not really knowing. So we have these warnings that say, and these crosses on a website that say you can't swim, but obviously Tor's forward part of the Marine Aquarium students with us, and she, right or wrong, told me that the water quality is not actually tested. It's worked on a kind of basis that they think the drains have gone in there. So actually, a lot of people read that, and I think it puts them off. So I speak to a lot of people about sea swimming, like Paul, and say, why don't you come? And they'll show me that website, and they'll go, the water quality is bad. But actually, we don't really know the water quality is bad. We're just guessing. And what part of the water quality is bad? Is it can't be all of it at any one time, even if it's, I would have thought, even if it's a sewage outlet, because it must depend on tides, it must depend on winds, all sorts. So I think the frustrating thing for us is we're told we can't swim, we really want to swim. We sometimes take a risk and hold our heads out of the water and try not to breathe or drink any water in, but we don't really truthfully know. So I wanted to start a campaign last year of trying to get all those people who swim to get together and pay for our own water samples to be tested so that we could build our own data up to see whether it's safe or not.
It's a really important point. I think we'll pick up on that in questions. Thank you both. You're able to stick around for a few questions, are you? Yeah. And there are other groups, aren't there? Because I'm surprised when you say the numbers are that low. I think there's other groups out on different days. Could I just confirm that?
We're just one little group of people. There are other people who go to Devil's Point around there, Firestone Bay. There's people who swim just around where the wet walk is, and then we swim around the tin side. We're just one group who swims from where we are. There's about 20 of us. There's only the maximum 10 because we're business people. We've grown from 2 of us to 20, but there's other people out there who go every single day, no matter what.
I was going to say, we're amateurs.
We're amateurs compared to some people go, and they would go no matter. I mean, it's scary sometimes to go in there.
They go over. They go on holiday together just to swim or do a swimming race. So there is people that are totally dedicated, and we've joined them occasionally, haven't we?
Yeah.
We've done Rusty Reg and all sorts of
things. Yeah. And on Christmas Day, there was well over 50. I've got photographs there. There's mankinis and everything. Everyone was just going out mad on Christmas Day alone. You got the summer solstice, winter solstice. People go out there. You get people in it all the time. It's not just us. We're just asked to come along here because I think the news. But no, there's hundreds of people going all the way along that coast.
Yeah, it's well used, that's for sure.
Brilliant. Okay. Right, I've got a list of hands I saw up. Councillor Ronnie got you. I'm going to ask a question as well. I'm going to start with a question because a thought triggered in my mind earlier, and it's a bit of a bugbear. I know it's always a balance between sort of warn and inform and sort of the health and safety culture. When something goes wrong and you've got a strong health and safety culture, health and safety community is a genius, but sometimes we're over-warning is a fear I have. And I have to ask you, if you didn't have that app, would you, ignorance is bliss sometimes, isn't it? You would have gone swimming.
Yeah, we would probably still go out and swim, yeah. I mean, we're a little bit sensible, I suppose. If it's heavy rain, there's probably storm, and I know that can't be helped at all. But generally, yeah, I suppose we would swim if somebody didn't put a picture of that app on.
See, I mean, there's only one person that saw history as Nostradamus, and I'm really concerned that this sort of forecast culture in the UK, where we think we can predict the future, whether it's a financial market or whether it's the rate of sewage at 6 a.m. the next morning. And I just think there needs to be a guardedness around the data predicting things, because we don't want to be putting people off. As much as it's good to be sort of warned and informed, I think there is an element where you need to retain common sense and situational visibility. And so just earlier on, if somebody said that they estimated that 15% of their alerts were inaccurate. They said that 85% were accurate, 15% were inaccurate. I think one of the things the community needs to sort of go back on is to ensure that when we are putting data out there, that it's absolutely robust for people that are engaging in the sea and the rest of it. But
I think what those apps do, they are 100% saying sewage is being, I'm trying to think of the right word, sorry, is being pumped in. Where that sewage is going, is the tide push it that way, that way, that way, that way? We don't know where exactly it's going, but I think what the app is saying, there's definitely stuff there.
Absolutely, but I mean, you can flip
Which
the
is
argument.
factual,
You might say, well, for example, I'm not going to go on the road network, right? Because I've heard there's a traffic jam somewhere on one feeder lane somewhere.
Traffic jam doesn't make you will.
We've just got to be really careful with, as a public body and partnership bodies we work with, the data going out, particularly forecasting data, is absolutely robust. That's just maybe something we pick up.
Interestingly, there's not many crosses ever at Bother Sands. So there's always a tick virtually at Bother Sands, isn't there? It's mainly within the sound that the crosses are. So I suppose technically we could go to Bother Sands, but it makes you think, if it's okay at Bother Sands, surely, must be all right somewhere else.
Clay, you had your hand up a couple of times.
Thank you. I just wanted to come back a little bit on that, and I think that although over-reporting is a concern, I do have an acquaintance whose life has been immeasurably changed by water pollution coming off Plymouth Sound. So I feel like there is a real balance to be struck there. I feel like what has come from the morning and afternoon session is a disconnect between what is happening on the ground and what is happening in reporting. And I just really want to get to the bottom of it. This morning we were being told that our water quality is excellent and we've had no concerning discharges, and then this afternoon we hear, and I've experienced it myself, the amount of times you want to get into the water but can't because of what's been reported in the Service Against Sewage app. And I just want to understand and get to the bottom of that disconnect and why those experiences are so different.
You want someone to come back from the panel on that, or is that a kind of a comment for us to hoover up later, isn't it? I think. I think we all agree. Councillor Rainsford.
Thank you, Chair. And it's on the back really of Councillor Maclay's comment. I was concerned when I listened to Jenny, who was saying that she had 7 sessions which she had to call off in a year. That figure didn't tally with the positive view we were getting from the Environment Agency, that it was largely always okay in Firestone Bay. Now, I'm old enough to remember going into the sea as a child off Southend and literally seeing faecal material float past in large quantity. Things have improved, but I totally agree. I think we need to come up with a recommendation around how information is disseminated, and I do understand your concerns about forecasting. It's a bit too hit and miss, and it does put off people wanting to swim because they get these signals and they're not quite sure whether it's an actual problem or not.
I think we're all saying roughly the same thing, different angles, aren't we? But I mean, just coming back on the comms there, it's people need to be aware that that's good, right? To get this sort of almost real time data and to get this prediction, which is often right. I'm not dismissing it, but the people need to understand that it's guidance, and this is just, it's not telling you not to go. It's not telling you this is 100% the case. It's just a recommendation. And I think, where people are kind of misinterpreting it, or they see it in the newspaper, on Devon Live, whatever it might be, they're saying, we can't go in there, we've been told not to go in there. Actually, they can go in. It's down to their own judgment. I think that comes down to the education, communication piece we were talking about earlier, but we'll hoover that up. Councillor Riley had your hand up.
Firstly, I just want to say thank you. And maybe we should have a recommendation to make them a champion for the sweet sea swimming, for sure. So my daughter sea swims, and she has done for years. She suffers with severe anxiety, and she no longer lives in Plymouth. She lives in Guildford, which is not very close to water at all, really, is it? And she's been sick a few times after swimming here. And that wouldn't stop her. So if she had the app that said maybe not good to swim, she'd still swim. But on the flip side, as mum here, that would concern me severely. I would, try and stop her from doing it. And so I think I strongly agree with the fact that people will do what they want to do regardless. We're in charge of our own lives, right? But also the good communication about stuff is absolutely vital. So I really go for that recommendation for sure.
Thank you. Okay, is Jenny? It was Jenny, wasn't it, from the Ocean Conservation Trust? You've been on the call.
Hello.
Yeah.
I'm still here.
Hello, hello. So you mentioned like 7 incidents where you couldn't go out, you cancelled sessions. In, if I recall, it was 2023. Obviously there was like the shutdown and things, COVID and stuff. You've given us sort of 1 year. Could you give us, are there sort of other years? I mean, how do we know 2023 wasn't a bad year or something didn't kind of happen in that area specifically? Do you have any sort of feedback, or could you provide that later on? Or?
Yeah, I could. That is a very good point. So, of course, I've been working here for about 3 years now, but I've not always been in this position. I can find out. I do know that as an employee running some of the snorkeling sessions, that we had cancelled them in previous years. I don't know if it was just this 2023 felt like more, but it's also, you've got to think about that as an organisation. Obviously, we might have several snorkel safaris organised. So say we might have 4 running over 2 days. So if there's a sewage alert over that time, obviously the figures are going to be higher, whereas there could be lots of time when the water quality is perfectly fine, but we're not looking at it then because we've not planned to get lots of children in the sea at that time. So it is relevant information, but also, when I'm not trying to say that the water quality is going to be bad all the time as well. I'd love to pass on some information about previous years by email maybe. And also, I think what people were saying about sort of getting the correct data, or sort of realising that if it's not actually unsafe to swim in it, just communicating that so that we do feel like we could still take people into the sea.
Thank you. Yeah, if you could follow up, we'll reach out to you. But if you had sort of data, over a longer time span, or any further information, basically, sort of give more detail, that would be helpful. I mean, one of the things I think is an emerging concern. I'm completely out of this area. I'm not an expert in this area, but it feels to me that a number of organisations are experiencing that you just heard, and what you've just described. But there's no that is not being communicated into some sort of central portal that South West Water and indeed the regulator would either be aware of, or they might only find out statistically a year later or something like that. And it's just, I think there's something in the communication and just gathering better data before we maybe make sort of other recommendations. Councillor McClay.
Thank you, Chair. I want to piggyback off of that a little bit, and also on the back of comments that you made, Elaine, in your presentation and in the document. Thank you so much for that. We already have quite a successful model for climate ambassadors, and I'm wondering if a recommendation to come out of this is a water ambassadors programme, perhaps working in partnership with you at National Marine Park and community advocates as well, just to really strengthen our community showing and understanding and knowledge of what's happening on the ground, again to report back to higher ups, just so we have a full picture programme, and also using it as an education platform as well. I think there's a really exciting bit of work that we could coordinate in there.
Councillor Rainsford, you had your hand up. Yes, yeah, and then we've got Penrose. No, that is all right.
I'm interested, obviously, to hear from Professor Thompson and from Jenny, both of whom are involved in sort of education, particularly at different levels, as well as research work. And I just wondered whether you had, if I said to you, what would be your priority that you felt the council could help deliver on, or the Marine Park, could you come up with a single suggestion of something we could usefully do as of now, rather than sort of progressively over the next 5 years? I guess it's something to do with signalling to wider public on behaviour, but
yeah, I think for us it would just be being very clear on, if the water quality isn't as bad as it's being indicated on Surface Against Sewage, because I forgot to mention, but we do rely on that app as well. So if they're saying that the water quality is actually safe enough to swim in, it would be good to have wider public communication of that, because there have been occasions as well where we haven't specifically cancelled the sessions, but people have said, oh, I've decided not to come today because I've heard that there's sewage in the water, things like that. So just better communication would be my favourite.
Well, I mean, I think the key thing is it is about communication. It's trying to communicate the the connectedness between people and the sea. You know, I mean, most of the population seem to think that fish come from the supermarket rather than the ocean, and it's how to reconnect us with it. It wasn't like that if you looked at pictures of the Barbican 100 years ago, right? And it's how to reconnect us in a positive way, that the things. And it is sometimes difficult when I talk about the need for international level actions to really tackle microplastic. It's difficult for the person on the street to know what they can do, but there are things they can do. And I think we need to make sure we communicate those. It doesn't mean that the international things don't need to happen as well, but I think it's about communicating what you can do locally. And I mean, the last thing I'd say is I think you're right about being overcautious about the warnings, but at the same time, there is potentially a health risk here that you're trying to see off. And also, presumably, what you really want is the water to be cleaner rather than us to report less often or to make people less worried about it. And so I'm just, I'm slightly nervous about making the statistic look better when actually the water, we've done nothing to actually change the outcome. And I think when you're looking at the statistics, I'd want to know how many false positives have you got and how many false negatives? When they say it's 85% right, what does that actually mean? And how can we improve on the quality of it rather than just sort of say, well, I know you're not saying we should say don't worry about it, but I'm just anxious that might make the picture look better when actually nothing's changed. What we really want is it to be cleaner, right? Rather than just say, there's a signal, but there's a bit of noise about it, so maybe we shouldn't worry so much. So there's a nervousness there to me about what unintended consequences that we just might let the water authorities off the hook. And what we want is cleaner water, surely. Yeah.
Well, do we need it? Do we want it cleaner? We actually don't know, do we? Because we haven't got any real true data. We don't know. And I suppose looking around the room, why can't we use the swimming rooms out there? And those guys swimming every day. Why can't they bring a sample and we get it tested almost on a daily basis? There's enough people out there swimming every day that swim regularly that could be nominated to collect a sample and build data up. And that's what I want to do. Is it because water testing is expensive? Is it? Okay. So there is a large expense to doing that. So again, it boils down to, I suppose, money. But I still go back to, we would like the water cleaner, but would we? Because we don't really know it's necessarily unclean.
If there's nothing being pumped into there, it's going to be clean as such. Obviously with the storms, when you get a lot of storms, the overspill does go into the water, which is bad enough. But for me, it's the sewage. If that could just be cut off, cleaned up, or put a pipe further away past the breakwater or something like that there to get it out of the way, to make that water clean, then we wouldn't need the app in the first place.
And it does seem quite a lot of days in the winter where that X is on the box. Sorry.
No, it's really complex because we were hearing this morning about how many influences were generated upstream, like beyond the Plymouth City Council boundaries. So it's an extremely complex picture, but that is not to flatten what you're saying. It's just that everyone's right here. But I had about 3 councillors queuing up, and I wanted to get them in the right sequence for the right issue. Councillor Tuffin, very briefly. Yeah.
On this particular issue, and it's almost thinking out loud, I think there's a need for us to really understand, because, as you say, there seem to be different opinions of what impact and what means what. And we may come to this at the end of the meeting about, because we've already thought about recommendations to get more information out, but I think it might be helpful if we had just a single working party looking at these issues about what the different information is telling us. So the council has a single working party to look at that specific, to feed into the information that we are able to make. I mean, this paper is about working together, and I think that's an important element, that we have information that means the same things to different people, which isn't always the case. So I would just put that into the mix, that there is a need to drill down how all this information is spread and also how it's understood. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I think my question is really linked to Councillor Tuffin's. This morning we heard from the three main partners of this new MOU, and that's why we are here. We're considering that, and we've looked at this document in detail. But here we are with a whole lot more of actors, stakeholders, who clearly have a lot to do with what we're trying to deliver, what those main three. And partly I'm interested in what you think about how you're going to be feeding into the deliverables on what those three partners are going to be working on. But does it mean, as Elaine said, it's not a water company problem, it's an everybody problem? And is there a way we can be a bit more specific in the MOU about how these different actors, stakeholders are involved and how often perhaps they're consulted? Because it's a little bit open-ended, this MOU, and I think we're all desperate to see things really definitely coming out of it. So I just wonder if there's I think we've already raised this in the past this morning, but maybe there's a stronger way of saying other organisations must be engaged to ensure we get the impacts of the collaboration that we all want.
Chair, can I come in? I think the MOU is really important. I think it's one of the pieces of the jigsaw, but I don't think it's the only piece of the jigsaw. No. So I think you should crack on with the MOU. I think that matters, but I think also we need to think more widely, because it's the whole rivers we're looking at, and it isn't just, as I said, it isn't just water companies. How are we going to engage with National Farmers Union and Country Landowners Association, who have a huge amount of impact on what comes down our rivers and impacts on Plymouth Sound? How are we going to do that better? And there are different players for those different narratives. So that, for example, you probably want to involve protected landscapes, Dartmoor National Park and so on. So we just need to think a bit more widely, I think, about if we're going to do this holistically, how we do that. And that might be one of the recommendations that the committee considers, is looking at a second and third suite of interventions that actually does deliver that more holistically. The only thing I just want to comment on the water quality, if I may. I could feel the confusion welling in the room, and it is really complex, and that in itself is something that we really need to unpick, I think, better. There is the difference between being compliant with the legislation and the need to be able to allow a storm overflow to operate as a pressure relief valve when the system is so full of sewage that if it doesn't operate, it's going to end up in somebody's lounge. So, we just need, I think, to look at how we explain that a lot better. I was reflecting that we used to send kids to sewage work so they could understand where it all went, and it was a really good education and depth of understanding for people. And I really think we should still be doing that, but sadly there doesn't seem to be curriculum time to understand how to be a good citizen in the way that there used to be, which is a shame.
Professor.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of the MOU. I think, if I think about the work at the university, we're not a monitoring agency, but if you wanted some help from the university, I think where it would come is maybe in helping us ask the right questions of that group, and perhaps holding to account and checks and balances that we're, just playing devil's advocate in the room, because we have people that work with the farmers, that work on the land, that work in the rivers and in the ocean. And I think, there may be a role for us there just to help to prompt the right questions, or to look at the statistics and help you probe a little bit deeper to get the outcomes that you want. And I'm sure we'd be happy to help with that.
Thank you. I just want to pick up on Swimmer's point. They asked about sample and testing, and then the reply was it's very expensive. I think the first question is like, well, how expensive? Like, actually, what costs are we looking at? But secondly, it's in terms of allowing them or providing people with access to the existing data. So we've got this app, I accept that, but are there other data sets that these guys might want to be able to access? Well, maybe they might be free of charge. There might be something happening in a silo in professor's office, that other people are not aware of. I think today, hopefully, it's not particularly our job, but hopefully people will kind of communicate and sort of cross-fertilise their knowledge better. I was going to say, Kat, one of the recommendations will be that the City Council leads the coordination of this disparate information. I see Councillor Bryce-Delve probably wants to come in on this point.
Yeah, apologies. I appreciate I'm not on this panel and neither is the Environment Agency, but I just wondered whether our two guests here want to come back in on some of those points just as a point of clarification on some of the debates that are happening here. You have to come to the microphone. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So to answer a few questions, how much does it cost to have a sample analysed? What we do when we take a sample is we look for two types of indicator bacteria. We don't look at all bacteria. And so you're probably looking at between 45 and 50 pounds to have each sample analysed. That's without taking it, so that answers that one off. What we do is we monitor designated bathing waters. And what we do is we'll take those on a transect line, whether the tide goes in or out at the same point every time. We go out to a metre depth and we take the sample 30 centimetres under the surface. And as I said this morning, at Firestone Bay, we're winter sampling that one as well, once a week, to see, A, is it possible to collect a winter series of samples once a week? And also, is there much appreciable difference between summer and winter sampling? What we do know is that what comes down the Tamar doesn't end up at Firestone Bay, because we can tell how much fresh water there is in the sample, okay, by looking at what we call salinity. And the data are really, really interesting. It's in its infancy because we've not done winter bathing water sampling in and around Plymouth. But one of the really interesting points with the surface against sewage app is, and remember this, and this is possibly where there is confusion, is if a storm overflow operates, even if it's trickling, they'll put a red cross on it. You've got two sewage overflows in and around Prince Rock. You've got one at Prince Rock with Plymouth Central, and you've got one at Kanoko Wharf. And those two outfalls have the ability to alter the water quality, microbial water quality, by 80%. There are no other CSOs that we know of that we regulate anywhere along that line, which have the ability to come anywhere close to that. Now, surface against sewage don't put a big cross and a little cross, they just put a cross. So the thing is that the app needs to be simplistic to let everybody know, and it goes back to your point, Councillor, is, you know, are we over-egging the risk aversion, if you like, to CSOs? And that does need some work. That really does need some work so that people get the right information. And, you know, this is incredibly important. But the data that we're finding on the designated sites does show the 3 bathing waters in Plymouth to be extremely clean, given its seascape and everything that's behind it. It is quite extraordinary. But when you look at what has been cleaned up and taken out of that area in pipes, it's not surprising when you look at it. So we're in a fantastic place, better than many other cities, I would argue. It's a wonderful success story. Still more to be done. We still need to make more space for water in our pipe work by taking out some of the clean water, but we're a long way down that path.
So really, you kind of backed up what we personally have experienced, because we have swum when the big crosses are there, and none of us have got ill. So that was the other question I was going to ask: is there any data on how many people who sea swim have come up with illnesses?
I've got no data, but this is a really complex area, is that when you look at dispersion of tides coming in and out, and you look at the power in the mixing zone of where those outfalls are, they also come into play as well. We don't have enough information actually for winter swimming. We don't have enough data that we've collected to be able to get real confidence in those data. And just one other point is we only use what we call the sewage prediction bathing forecast in the summertime. And if you've got really, really, really clean water and all your data is clean, it's really difficult to forecast when it's going to be dirty. You almost need some dirty data in that series to be able to be more accurate. And there lies the slight problem with Plymouth, is it's so good that it is difficult to forecast.
Good. Okay. Right. We give them that a good airing. I've got a couple of questions myself, I think, and we've got 3 councillors also still waiting. I did want to ask one to Professor Richard Thompson, which was around, you mentioned supermarkets and sort of preventing at source, and you mentioned the plastics in supermarkets, and that there was a government act where local authorities could intervene if they were seeing a supermarket sort of having too many plastics or whatever. You know, I'm not an expert. Well, could you just explain that? And is there something that we can do as a council locally?
So yeah, what I was suggesting was in terms of monitoring, if we want to monitor whether there's microplastics in this cosmetic product that now would contravene the legislation, we don't need to count microplastics in Plymouth Sound or in the Tamar. We need to go to the supermarket and count them in the product. So there's something about the standards, to make sure the standards that, you know, the trading standards are properly applied, and that would include looking at online purchases as well. Now, whose responsibility that is another matter. So this would be about making sure that the checks and balances are in place around legislation, but the quantity of microbeads from cosmetics as part of this is relatively small, so I wouldn't put undue effort on that. I think there are other pressures that we might be able to bring to bear relating to product design to make sure that we're maximising the potential for circularity and for collection and for recycling. But it's difficult to do that at a local scale, you know, national action. So I think there's maybe a discussion as to how we sort of reinforce national measures, and perhaps, you know, a further discussion with local MPs might be useful as to what, you know, the things that we can't do at a local scale, where can we put pressure to help to make things better at a national level. So I think it's working out separating those things out, what we can do locally, which is certainly the education, versus what probably needs at least a national level of action, and how do we help to put the pressure there and bring the evidence.
Councillor Riley.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of agree with Elaine, really. It is everybody's problem. We you know, it affects us all, and therefore all of our behaviours should be held accountable for where we're at. I just wondered, I don't know if we brought up education. I think we did, didn't we? I know that last year there was a project where a couple of schools went and did some work along the creek and stuff like that. And I just wonder if we can kind of broaden that education type thing. I've done a lot of work with young people across various things in the city, and they have so much to say, and they do have an awful lot of power. And I just wonder, supermarkets, all of those sorts of things, if we kind of are able, I don't know if we can, to bring that into a school sort of a conversation to bring it out, that potentially we could have that maybe.
Yeah. School engagement and communications. I think we'll do recommendations after the question. That's one to have. Kat, did you want to come back on that? Because I saw you were about to talk.
Yeah, I mean, I think the education point is really important, and I think now we've fortunately secured the money from the Heritage Fund. One of the big elements that links to the National Marine Park is a really significant schools programme. So I think it would be really good to get some views on, you know, we're going to work with 15 schools consecutively for 4 years. We're going to engage with all the primary schools, and we've got a big programme around youth engagement as well. So I think, you know, now is the time to look at what that includes.
Thank you. Councillor Tofan and then Macleay.
Bit worried now. Councillor Riley read my mind, and obviously Kat jumped in exactly what I wanted to say. I'm not laughing, I'm worried, genuinely worried. Okay, let's go to a couple of things which I had in mind actually. From morning session, I said when I get into the water, my clients, some of them, they're saying I'm a whale or stuff like that. But when I get out, I'm a lobster, which is absolutely beautiful for some people, you know. So I finished with that. Really, really interesting what Professor Richard Thompson said about microplastics. And also what I liked about the fact that you're looking for international solution for this. As a council, we cannot stop this problem, obviously. We need to improve whatever we're doing. And what I had in my mind was, as far as I know, the European Union put some regulation regarding the amount of microplastics in scrubs and different cosmetics, you know. I used to use some of them. I know it's not obvious, but hey, I used to use some of them. And when I've learned about it, the fact that the amount of microplastics in them, I looked for alternatives. Going into education, what we can do locally, like I said, Kat obviously stole my idea, just to inform youngsters about the benefits of using some products which they have less plastic, the same benefits, I presume, and stuff like that, you know. So my question would be like, can we implement this now? Thank you, Kat. Into this local education? Because if we start from the education, from the children, what's happening? The children, they go back home to their parents, and actually they are sharing, most of them, what they learned at school. And this is the only way, I think, if we start from the bottom, we can definitely succeed. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. I think it comes back to the education and the behavioural change and influence piece, isn't it? I think so much stuff that improves in society is because children learn it first and then pressure the rest of us, I think. Right. Yes.
Briefly, I mean, one thing that we could do and have done a little bit with the council in the past when we got funding to do it, and I'm thinking of the Preventing Plastic Pollution opportunity. I mean, that project's finished now, it was EU funded, but where I'm coming to is if there's an initiative, and you know, I have good dialogue with Elaine and Kat about this with the Marine Park, but if there's an initiative you're thinking of rolling out, we may be able to help with a formal evaluation of that. I mean, one thing that I would like to see as a plastic pollution researcher in the city that tries to communicate internationally is using the city as an example, as a kind of test bed, if you like, to test the way that the communication works in changing human behaviour or whatever the things are. I mean, that takes funding to do, and I know you've not got that funding, but it's the time scale of us being able to see an opportunity that you're thinking of doing X, Y, or Z. Could we monitor and evaluate that in a scientific way that would produce a paper? You know, the data we've got about the inefficiencies of that sea bin are now used in a policy document to inform that international treaty that cleanup might not be the answer. Yeah, so there's a lot we could do scientifically to help raise the profile internationally based on things that we're thinking of doing here in Plymouth. But it's the timescales, it's knowing, you know, if you're changing the labels on recycling bins, we may be able to evaluate them. There's always a question of, have we got enough resource to do it? Again, I'm not looking to you for that resource, but it's thinking about the timescales and connecting the people so that if we can see an opportunity to properly evaluate something and write it up as a study to then inform others, we can try to do that. So it's just thinking of ways with your working group to help to do that.
Excellent suggestion. And I mean, the point is not lost on us that we have to move towards a green economy. This city is very well aligned to, I'm going to be sort of really commercial here, is to maximise growth from green. And so therefore, I know there might not be the immediate money, but it's definitely worth maybe recommending from this group that that we instigate something like that in partnership, because we as a marine park surely can have that as a product that might be marketable around the world, you know. So it is viable to suggest that. Right, in terms of sort of easy wins, I did want to ask, probably Kat is most relevant, so I wanted to ask Plymouth City Council, a cabinet member here, is actually, I know money's tight, you know, we oversaw a budget deficit last year, £37.5 million. I know money is tight, but can we not just spend a little bit of money on more sort of inflatable rings and safety signs and a defibrillator down in the swimming areas, these 3 swimming areas? Is that being actioned? Can we do that, please?
So I can show you, and we do go down and check. The life rings last time we checked were there. It's really great when people tell us when they don't, because they do go missing. Sometimes people find other uses for them. So, you know, I would please, if you do go down and they're not there, let us know. We do check them, but they can go missing the minute we leave sometimes, and the defibs are there. So I think it's just always having eyes is really helpful though, because sometimes we do get reports from you guys, which is really helpful because we can't be there every moment. But yeah, those safety features are checked as often as we can.
The group's view was that there were too few, so it was all right for like maybe 8 or 10 at the moment. But if you're looking to incentivise, people very risk averse these days, and I think that it provides reassurance by having more of those types of sort of practical pieces of equipment and support, as well as obviously you've got to do the big sort of macroeconomic stuff as well.
Just to say that we do work with the RNLI to check our waterfront in terms of the kind of risk assessment approach, but we will look at that again because the numbers, I think everyone is pointing out, is increasing significantly.
Which is good, yeah. Mark?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that defib's been used twice in the last year, isn't it? So, you know, they're definitely required. But also, do you know what would help, I think, with the rubbish in the sea is a rubbish bin down there. Because we pick up an awful lot of plastics from the sea and rubbish as we swim by it. You do have, because it's an enclosed in area, unfortunately, you do have a homeless element down there every night sleeping. And if you get down there at 7 a.m, it's pretty grubby. Now the council, the cleaners come down quite regularly, or in the summer at least, they come down quite regularly. I think it's a bit darker in the winter, so it's probably a bit difficult. But we don't mind picking up the rubbish. We don't mind doing our bit, but there isn't actually a refuge bin at all down at Tinside. And I kind of get it, because if a wave comes, it's going to take the whole bin, but there must be something somewhere you can put that we can collect and put the rubbish that we pick up. Sorry.
Good. So, Councillor Perry, yep, got time for your question, yeah.
I'm sure that's a brilliant idea. I just did want to say that the cleaners go down every single Monday morning with black bags. I live nearby, and Andrew in particular does it every day.
He is, and he's really nice as well. He's really helpful. When we mention stuff to me, he goes and picks it. But we're there more than Mondays, and we will do it every day, quite happily for free, whether there's community service anyway.
So we're there in the dark.
Yeah.
That's the trouble.
Yeah.
Councillor McClay.
Thank you, Chair. And I think we're picking up some really interesting actions here. I did want to thank Professor Thompson, one, for having the expertise and bringing that to this room as well. It's been really invaluable. I did want to pick up a little bit on that action on bigger items to tackle, like you were saying, bottles, bags, crisp packets, and that focus on upstream solutions and how we can really tackle that on a local level as well. And I think there might be an interesting tie-in with some of the work Councillor Byers-Delve is doing in relation to, is it right bin? Right, I can't remember the type. Great. And how we can then communicate the impact that littering has on our ocean, because I think that's a really emotive tie-in if we can really make that link clear of you're putting waste, look at the sad seal. Maybe not exactly, but yeah. I think there's something we can maybe pull out in recommendations there as well.
It sometimes seems obvious, but of course, if we all dispose of our rubbish properly, it wouldn't be in the ocean in the first place. I mean, there is a more systemic problem that we're using more plastic than we need, and it's not really a great solution to bury it or burn it. But you're absolutely right. An education piece about making sure, but that kind of sounds obvious to most people, but it's clearly not working. So what's the bit that's broken about the behaviour change there, about making sure we dispose of litter properly? We now got the seagull-proof bins, which I think they look like they work pretty well. We didn't always have those. You can't blame it on the birds. Yeah, I think there is a communication piece there that's really important.
And just come back on that, whether we have any particular litter hotspots in relation to the sea as well, and whether, like we were talking, there's a new bin at Tinside or any other spots that we can just try and stem off that issue at the source. Just take out rubbish where it might be.
One thing we wanted to do but didn't quite manage to get to in the Preventing Plastic Pollution project, which we could look at, was looking at weather forecasting and street collection, because I'm trying to remember who it was from the council that was involved in that, but we had this theory that litter down Union Street would on some days blow in a certain direction, it would all end up in the ocean. So if there was a way we could link the weather forecasting to the street cleaning in places where we knew there was street litter, to make sure that, on the days when it's likely to blow into the sea, we've kind of intercepted it first. And I'm sure we're doing a lot of that anyway, but we never quite got to really evaluate whether there was anything in that or not, because there might be nothing there that could be done, but it sort of makes sense, doesn't it? If you've got litter on the streets and a prevailing wind that's taking it towards the ocean, we could target the street cleaning at that. But so there's things we may be able to look at a little bit more.
Good, good. Right. I think that concludes the question session. So what we do now is sort of sit down and come up with some recommendations. I've got a long list of thank yous. So University of Plymouth, Professor Richard Thompson, thank you so much for coming in. Elaine, thank you as always for presenting. Jenny from the Ocean Conservation Trust, if she's still on, big thank you. And Paul Montgomery, Mark Hinchcliffe, good luck in your swimming. A lot of us think you're very, very courageous, to put it politely. Yeah, good luck with recruiting people. And I think if there's anything we can, hopefully you share cards and all get to know one another if you don't know each other already. But anything we can do to sort of facilitate more information, cross communication, the rest of it, I hope we take that forward at Plymouth City Council. So thank you, everyone. And yeah, we'll obviously send you a copy of the recommendations and the report, won't we? Yeah, thank you. Should we stay and do the recommendations now?
Yeah. Yes. I'll leave you a few leaflets.
There is another session after.
Yeah.
It's on the MOU
I was going to say, Tom, could you want to just hold on a minute? Is that we'll
A quick comfort break? No, comfort break.
Yeah. I think we can do it. We'll check it off with the other two. The recommendations. Do you want to say what ones you think you've got? Or shall I?
I've got more themes rather than formulae. Should we?
Well, yeah,
Should we
let's
come
just
back?
wait. Right, welcome back. And we're just coming to the final part of the day, colleagues, and this is where I guess we sort of crystallise a lot of our thinking and hear about the new partnership approach. I'll ask Councillor Briarsdelf to introduce it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say how interesting and informative, I've personally found today. Been really good to hear, across the room, how much swimming themselves has mattered to so many of you. So obviously we've heard from Paul and Mark in the second session, but amongst the councillors, Councillor McKay, Councillor Tofan doing this in your own time. Elaine, of course, mentioned, and I'm sure there's others too. And if you extrapolate those numbers across the Plymouth population, it shows how much engagement with the sea matters to us. And I would, it's like outing myself. I'd say that too. That I love swimming not just in the National Marine Park, but also in some of Devon's beautiful rivers as well. Some lovely spots along the River Dart. Another thing that came across really clearly is that need to keep improving water quality. And there's that cross-party and cross-organisation motivation to really make that happen. The evidence presented today has reaffirmed that a high-quality marine environment is essential for people, essential for nature, and for our wider benefits across the city. And so many of today's speakers have mentioned in passing a whole host of ideas about how we do that in different ways, whether that be on surface water, on combined sewage overflows, on agricultural runoff, or indeed microplastics. I thought that was a really interesting presentation from the professor there. So discharges from stormwater flows was of course a subject to some discussion today, and linked to that was the recognition that changes in rainfall resulting from climate change will only exacerbate the situation more. We therefore need to take action to identify and deliver solutions which result in long-term sustainable benefits. And what I would like to present to you now is one particular proposal for review that is rooted in that cultural shift. Within your papers is a draft memorandum of understanding to create an enhanced collaboration between the Environment Agency, South West Water and Plymouth City Council. It seeks to further the work we can do together to address some of the issues identified today. I'd like to clarify that it will not be an exclusive partnership, as clearly, as we have heard today, there are many other organisations who will be able to add significant value to that improvement work. Instead, the MOU is a mechanism just to start to really push the boundaries of what can be achieved with urgency by the three major organisations working more closely together. Please bear with me on the second half of this introduction. I just wanted to share a few examples of the range of details in the MOU. Some of it gets a little bit technical and involve me reeling off a few lists, but it's in these details where the innovation truly lies. So, as you can see a little bit on the screen there, the opportunities from this partnership approach include, but it's not limited to, ensuring community involvement in solution design and delivery. So much of what we've talked about today is that need to empower the community and make sure they're involved right from the grassroots. Innovation around nature-based solutions. We'll be talking more about that in this session. You can see some examples there up on the slide and in the next one. Alignment of investment and seeking further funding for innovation. And finally, delivering multiple benefits. So yes, water quality, as we're all here and very passionate about today, but also around nature, around access, well-being and jobs. All of this can really intermingle in a really positive future-facing way. So if we can move on to slide 4, this highlights the key purposes proposed. That is slide 4, thank you. This highlights the key purposes that have been proposed. And the paper also set out what the programme is seeking to achieve, just to give a handful of the examples there. So the green first approach for improving water quality in Plymouth, looking at the history of how water quality but also flooding resilience has been delivered in the past, often through hard engineering approaches, and often that can be an incredibly expensive approach as well, trying to really shift that in a green first approach. Delivering a joint, sustained and collective citizen engagement and involvement programme. Again, I think that's something that lots of your questions have been getting at, the need to do that, and that's something that's been very consistent in the discussions around this MOU. Utilising an enhanced collaboration to seek new opportunities for skill development and of green jobs in the city. And also crucially, designing and delivering interventions in a manner which maximises the impact for other aligned programmes of work, including climate resilience in both ways, both in terms of drought and flood. You know, it's important to realise that both of these continue to be an issue, and also delivering those great benefits for people and nature. But I'm sure some of you will rightly be thinking, what do those well-meaning principles actually mean for work on the ground and the water in our seas and waterways? So another part of that MOU is that the 3-year period, and there's some details there around what will be covered during that. So first of all, we really wanted to focus on what I hope will be an ambitious and action-orientated plan for water for our city. Local authorities up and down the country are very good at doing action plans, but ones directly solely about water is quite unusual and something we're really keen to innovate around. Completion of a number of natural flood management exemplars in our parks and green spaces. So some of you will already be aware of what's going on in Central Park. You know, that will be an exemplar that is nearly finished. But we've also mentioned today a couple of other major projects which are already in the planning stage now, and this is about rolling those out further in a more strategic way. I've mentioned the BRIC initiative on a couple occasions today, and it's really important that we test and evaluate what's called the Climate Pioneer Street approach. And again, I think that captures some of what Councillor Penrose was getting on about earlier around informing behavioural change. Some of the changes aren't cheap, and so we'll be developing an innovative green finance model to jointly seek and secure new sources of investment to really make this happen. So to conclude, this document, this part of the pack, is technical. It sometimes uses some quite legalistic language. There's definitely some corporate language in there too, as you may well expect from free organisations like these. But I just really wanted to express how excited I am personally about this draft agreement. There's certainly excitement amongst council officers and department about really taking this forward, and I know our key partners are as well. Most importantly, I hope that the public will be excited too when we're able to publish the final agreement, but also try and make sure as part of that behaviour change programme that we work out how we can communicate in plain language and make sure that it's something they can relate to. So this is the first crucial step in a significant increase in activity to improve our water quality in Plymouth. The MOU is presented in draft form as we genuinely wish to seek the committee's views on what the partnership is seeking to deliver and whether, after hearing the evidence today, anything further should be considered to maximise the partnership's impact. There's already been some excellent recommendations today, which I'm sure all three partners will be considering, but wanted to have the opportunity to hear some more, you know, if that's coming forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Questions? Councillor Rainsford.
It's just a clarification, really. Will the MOU enable schemes to be localised in the way that Councillor Riley highlighted earlier, or is it purely a strategic thing?
Thank you. It's a really good question. And I think one of the things that we probably need to make clear is when we do a strategic intervention, it will be done at catchment level. So we will look at all of the issues within that catchment to solve that solution. So, you know, we talked about an individual area earlier, and that would get picked up, and it might not be picked up at that point on the path because hopefully it will have been dealt with further upstream than that. But I think one of the things we could make clearer is that, you know, we're not only solving things at the end when you sort of have that problem. Actually, it will look at the whole catchment and should improve all of the parts of that catchment. And that's the difference between this sort of holistic systems approach to changing it rather than sort of just trying to fix it at the point where we can see the problem.
Yeah, sort of piecemeal approach in a sense, but you're understanding there are steps on the way.
Yeah, a bit like we talked about with the city centre. We can't just go in and sort the surface water out in one go, but what we need to have and this is why this partnership is proposed to be a long-term one, 10 years rather than 2 years, is that, you know, it might take a couple of steps, a couple of investment rounds, you know, new ways of doing things that we need to work out before we get the whole system to work. But the idea is by having a strategic approach, and we've got a really good foundation from that with the modelling we've done, so we understand how the whole city works, that actually we can get a solution that delivers the big, but also so communities don't have those smaller but very immediate problems in their areas either.
Thank you. Just very briefly, do the other two partners want to? Do you want to say anything in relation to the document, Alan, at all? Want to say anything?
Yeah, I just wanted to build on what Kat said. I think for me, let's not, my analogy is let's not build a wall to stop the flooding, let's stop the water getting there in the first place. And I would say that from my Environment Agency days. So some of these things may not be done quickly because they'll need other things to happen in a sequence. But equally, they could be done a lot more cheaply and a lot more sustainably, and they could be done with emitting less carbon. So we've still got the carbon net zero to achieve. So, and I think Carolyn Cadman would say if she was here, green first approach, green first approach. The last thing we want to do is build a great big tank at the end of something. Let's try and do the green first approach first. The issue we have with that is convincing everybody that actually that is going to work and that it is more sustainable than building a big tank, because it's very difficult to see something that's green. It's a lot easier to point at a room this size and say, we've solved the storm overflow problem in this patch. So I think there's a leap of faith that we all need to think about and try to enable others to think about that leap of faith as well. And so there may be some education around that we'll need to do as well. But I'm just building on what Kat said, actually.
Jack, can I add to that? Because I think that's a really important point, and it's been interesting seeing you know, some of the communications around Central Park and then some of the work we're starting to do around other sites, in that for what, as we've established today, is a very complex topic, how do we communicate that to residents and get people on board? And for me, one of the things I'd try and talk about more when I'm talking about those sustainable urban drainage systems is, one, the biodiversity side of it. You know, I think there's so many members of the public really interested in us protecting nature, and by giving that kind of wetland habitat, you know, it's a really great way to talk about it. Making community spaces more interesting and varied as well. You know, I think when you see what Central Park is going to look like, it's going to make that part of the park more beautiful to visit, you know, for local residents and for visitors. You've also got the flooding resilience side of it before you even get to the water quality. So, you know, there's all of these different co-benefits that might appeal to different parts of the community, and it, you know, certainly be an interesting challenge for our communications team to make sure that they're summarising that comprehensively but also clearly.
Thank you. Councillor Macleay.
Thank you. And I think there is so much to celebrate in this memorandum of understanding. I think it's a really fantastic document, and I thank all of the partners for their input. I did want to pick up a little bit on the term and timings, although I absolutely appreciate that a 10-year scope is quite a long time for this project. I do wonder if it's just not maybe quite long enough. So we heard a few mentions this morning of 2040 being a really key year in terms of storm overflows. And I note here that even with the 3-year extension period, I think that would take us up to 2037, whether there's a potential to expand that again, also knowing that climate change is only going to feel more acute, this issue is only going to become more apparent. Perhaps we do need to look a bit longer in the future just to ensure that this continues to stay relevant and continues to have that work done to it.
I don't want to talk on behalf of all the free partners, so, you know, it'd be interesting to see, you know, what they would say about this. But for me, we've got the kind of initial 3-year plan, then we've got the wider decade-long, and there'll be a continual process of review and consideration. And of course, if we find that the direction of travel in this is being effective in tackling those challenges we're talking about, you know, I would love to think that this is the kind of partnership working that will continue into the more distant future as well. But I'm keen to hear what the other organisations feel about that as well.
Yeah, I hear what you say. I wouldn't want the plan to be dictated by a date that South West Water's given, because that's just a date that we've committed to the government to, in terms of reducing storm overflows. We've talked about the integration of everything that we do, and that's going to go beyond my lifetime, and I'm hoping I'm going to be at 2040. So I think the question it poses in my head, is there a point at which we review on a regular basis so that we say, actually, we are 5 years in, this is working, this is working so well, why would we not agree to go 15 years ahead? Or it's not working as well as we think, let's have another conversation again in 2 years. So not be wedded by a date that you've heard from South West Water, because that is not a partnership, that's a date from South West Water. So I think we just need to think about it more holistically. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Just very quickly, I sort of like the long shot, because but the only thing is with long shot is people push stuff back to the very end. So keeping it in the forefront of our minds, I think, is super cool. Frank will be quick to remind me it's not just about some of the flooding that we get fluvially that comes down our rivers, but we also get some big storms and inundations, and we're in this break and mend cycle. And there will be other partners, electricity suppliers, communication suppliers, gas suppliers, whose infrastructure will be damaged in the future along that front. We need to make sure that we have plans to reinstate that as quickly as possible, or put it into a safer zone before. I think the other one for me is around regulating South West Water. Is we know that some of their assets are coming toward their end of their useful life, some of the bigger assets. And we know that they've got big plans to reinvest and move outfalls around to make sure that we employ the newest and most modern technologies to be as resilient as we can going forward. And what we all need to do, I think, as a community, a total community, is to make sure that all of those technologies are put in, and that we've got a real sense of confidence in them, because it is going to be a leap of faith, that one.
Thank you. I think that's it in terms of questions. So it's a little bit early than planned, but nonetheless, that's good. Can I thank everybody for their time again? I mean, you've been here all day, but the work that goes in behind all of this, I know it's not just you guys, that it's so many people behind you, sort of doing this work as well. So big thank you to South West Water and to the Environment Agency, and to Plymouth City Council and Councillor Bryce Delve and his team. Yeah, it's pretty much the most important thing that humans can work on in their lives, to save the environment, to save the planet. And it's something that I think, when you see the recommendations that we make, hopefully we've got the balance right between the really granular and practical stuff we think can be done on a day-to-day basis, but also acknowledging the strategic and sort of moving behaviours and mindsets towards more nature-based behaviours patterns. Right, Hannah, should we just do these two recommendations as appropriate to what we just heard?
I've got an addition to that.
We have an addition, so I'm going to read through the recommendations to the committee.
It should be.
Should I read these first two, or?
These are the first two.
Oh, that is, sorry. Let me read that then. So, we've got two recommendations. The first recommendation is accept the conclusion in the report that the issues and challenges with water quality are complex, will increase with predicted climate change, and needs an enhanced, we've added two words, and urgent approach to delivery. Everyone content to accept that? Second recommendation, support the collaboration set out in the Memorandum of Understanding for a long delivery focused relationship with the Environment Agency and South West Water, I presume City Council.
Yes,
yeah.
Sorry, yes.
Yeah, and Plymouth City Council. Yeah. We might need to technically add those words. So are we able to agree that, colleagues? So good, that's unanimously agreed. The recommendations that we have generated, we need to just clarify all the wording of, and then send it around. Do we to members here first before we're content, or do we read them out now?
I can read them out now, and you can let me know that you're happy with them.
Can we read them out now?
Yep.
Whilst you're in the room, is that okay? Thank you.
The first recommendation is recommend that South West Water ensure existing investment identified for drainage infrastructure of the city is delivered in line with the ambition of the MOU, where there are no legal constraints. Do you want to vote on them individually now? Or
Yeah, please.
yeah?
Is that right?
Yeah, I'll let you lead the thing.
Oh, sorry, we need to vote on it, don't we? Should we do it? What do you want to do? What's the other option? We do it
Do
collectively?
it individually, if that's okay.
All right, we do it
Sorry,
individually.
just a show of hands.
Approved.
It's fine. Okay, thank you. Number 4 is recommend that Cabinet write to the relevant minister to ask when the Schedule 3 to the Flood and Water Management Act 2010 is going to be enacted.
Approved.
Number 5, recommend that signage is increased and improved at seafront areas where when storm drains discharge. Recommend that South West Water and the Environment Agency work with Plymouth City Council officers to increase education across the city on what communities can do to improve water quality. Recommend that the National Marine Park School Engagement Programme includes education on improving water quality. Sorry, I've lost my space. Recommend that a Water Ambassador Programme is developed alongside the National Marine Park. Recommend that the MOU is more specific on how other stakeholders will be engaged with when improving water quality. Recommend that the Environment Agency make sampling data from Firestone Bay taken over the winter available to the public at the earliest opportunity. Recommend that the EA carries out winter pilots in the 3 bathing areas in Plymouth to improve water quality data and make this available to the public. Recommend that Cabinet writes to the relevant minister to update bathing legislation. To lobby government that Plymouth be a pilot for an area of water quality improvement. Recommend that PCC improve and increase facilities and infrastructure for sea swimmers such as life rings, defibrillators, hot showers and bins in consultation with local sea swimming groups. You'll be pleased to know I'm on the last one. Recommend that green jobs and growth opportunities in Plymouth for future generations are promoted. Lovely.
Okay, so Councillor Brothers, you'll receive a copy of that, obviously. So we won't ask you to respond to it now.
What I would add is that obviously normally it's just Cabinet that has to respond to recommendations, but obviously this will be sent around to all of the free partners, and you know, there'll need to be some discussion. But you know, I would just say generally, you know, I think you know it's a really interesting, comprehensive list that I think you know shows how thoroughly everyone's engaged with this topic. So thank you for putting those forward, and we look forward to considering them in more detail. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it summarises it nicely. Thanks, colleagues, for your time. And meeting is closed. Thank you.